Do you know which visual novel I can guess the backgrounds of? I don't. It's not even a good transition because it was a video about anime. Maitetsu. Wow, a visual novel that has an anime. It's just so shit, and it's not even following the main plot of the game. So there's no point in watching that in watching it. But anyway, at least this time I remember what happened, which was last time. Paulette resigned. Paulette said she was gonna resign. Who would have guessed? And she got questioned a bit too hard by some old fart, and she remembered some traumatic things in the past, and she passed out. And now we're getting into her flashback. And I mean, look, there was some other stuff that happened, right? Like when she reminisced on the past, and when we set up, and when we filled in for Fukami on the Rapids boating tour thing I forgot the name of, and we saw that rainbow. Whatever. But anyway, let's jump right into it, shall we? Because we're getting through. You know, I have a feeling Paulette's route, it's not over yet, but it's getting there. You know, 5 chapters. That's probably all that's left. 5 to 6 chapters.
だから、その件については悪かったと謝っている。
今さら謝ってもらっても、問題は何も解決しないわ。
Mama and Papa are fighting again. I'm so scared I can't move.
確かに解決はできていないな。お手伝いさんを入れねば、家事が回らないままだ。
回らないって。
Papa and Mama are talking in Japanese. I don't know exactly what they're saying. Yeah, but like, why did it have to be Sotetsu's voice actor? Right? You know what I'm saying? And I'm scared and sad.
私の家で家族です。ずっと丁寧に整えてきて、それをいきなりあんな女に。
Damn. I was like, as soon as I saw that Paulette's parents were arguing, I'm like, it's gotta be because he cheated on her, right? On her mum.
それは悪かった。が、出来合いの惣菜ばかりの、掃除もできていない食卓にポーレットをつかせたくは。
掃除も食事の準備も満足にできないのは、あなたが仕事をいきなり投げ出したからでしょ?
When Papa mentions my name, Mama becomes really mad.
相談もなしに立候補とか、会社を私に押し付けて、あなたは何でも一人で決めて。
何よ。エアクラ工場誘致計画はお人用を壊すとお前も反対していただろう。
それとこれとは話が別です。あなたの勝手に私もポーレットまで巻き込んで。
同じ話だ。誰も反対の旗を振らねばエアクラ工場誘致はなし崩しに行われていた。
Again, my name's called, and Papa is really angry. It must be because I'm still terrible at helping. I'm not as good as Mama.
ね、パパ、ママ。はあ、ほら、あなたが大きな声を出すから、ポーレットが。
そうやって、お前はいつも私ばかりを悪者に。
何言って、私はいつでもあなたの味方を。どれだけ私が頑張ってるか。やめて、パパ、ママ。
Japanese, I'm still not good with it. But I want Mama and Papa both to understand.
私、頑張るから、もっとお手伝い、なる、上手から。
恥ずかしくないのか？こんなに小さなポーレットに汚れた家の責任を感じさせるなど。
だったらあなたが家事をすればいい。結婚した時は家事も半々って約束で。
だから私ができない分を代わりにと思ってお手伝いさんを雇ったんじゃないか。
嫌だったのよ。私の大事なこの家を赤の他人の手にいじられて。
その件は何度も何度も謝っている。だったら私にどうしろと言うんだ。
それはこっちのセリフです。これ以上私はどうしたら。
No. No. Mama starts crying.
すまないとは思っている。それでもふるさとが、お人よが失われるのを放置など。
He's not visibly crying, but I know that Papa's crying on the inside. I'm scared. This isn't like the usual fights Papa and Mama have. It's very quiet. That's why I'm scared. It feels really bad. I just want them to stop. I said I'd try hard, and their fighting got worse. And I can't say anything. I stay still and wait for their fight to be over.
こうなる前から少し考えていたんですけど。
何をだ？
I'm scared. I'm scared. Someone help. But when Papa and Mama fight, no one helps me. That's why I have to be quiet and work hard. As a useless child, I could just keep...
私、ポーレットを連れてフランクに。
ポーレットは私の娘だ！
Stop, 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 stop. Stop calling my name and fighting.
もっとなるからできるようにきっとなるから。
So please come back. Please go back to the Papa and Mama who were nice to each other. And look at me, not just each other. Please talk to me.
もっと私。頑張るから。頑張れるから。
ポーレット。
She's having a nightmare. She's been like this the whole time. All I can do is change the wet towel, making me feel pitiful.
頑張るから。だから。
She outstretches her pale hand. No, she's wandering, looking for something to latch onto. Touching a sleeping woman isn't something a man should do, but...
私、もっと頑張れるから。
I didn't realize Paula had such a traumatizing past. Yeah, maybe you would have if you played more of the fucking game. Her fingers seem like they are begging for help. I would rather much be called a pervert. I would much rather be called a pervert than to let those fingers wander anymore. Rip.
大丈夫だ、ポーレット。無理をしてまで頑張らなくても大丈夫なんだ。
I hope that the heat from my hands is able to provide her with some warmth. That's how chilled Paulette's body is. She's under a summer blanket, but is still shaking.
大丈夫だ。少なくとも僕は味方だ。 僕はここで望まれる限りそばにいる。
Her eyes open. Her teary eyes look at me. Which is why I maintain my grip. I can't just up and leave a crying girl.
悪い夢を見たのか。
Her expression softens and breaks into a smile. Her almost transparent paleness has somewhat alleviated, as she now has a more natural reddish hue.
そうてつくんだ。
I've got to change.
うん、僕だ。
You sound exactly like Papa. She smiles. Her cold hands become slightly warmer. That in itself makes me happy too. But at the same time, it makes me want to cry for some reason. Perhaps because she's still sleepy. Her eyes gaze at me drowsily. I held Paulette's small pale hands in mine.
すまん、放っておけなかった。寝ているところに触れるなど、やっていいことでは。
いいです。全然いいことです。私だって助かりました。
それは夢の話か。
はい。ちょっと悲しい夢を見てたので。
そうか。
Her expression softens, relief visible on her face. A slight hint of loneliness is mixed in, though. A sense of guilt begins to overcome me.
だが、現実には、僕はまるきり、ポーレットの助けに慣れていなかった。医師の見立てでは過労だそうだ。
Paulette's arm goes limp. I let go of my grip, and her hand falls on top of the blanket without a sound.
すみません。迷惑かけて、心配もしてもらっちゃいましたよね。
無論だ。せぬわけがない。
I'm not doubting the good doctor's diagnosis, but I don't think this is just fatigue. When I told him in detail how Paulette usually is, his diagnosis still didn't change. A sharp decrease in immunity due to overwork of the mind and body, he said. Scars from the past are like shadows. You don't notice them when you walk briskly, but stand still long enough, like when you're tired, and the pitch black color swallows you whole. I'm the same. That's why I never want to stop. I always want to be moving, always working, always facing forward. But I can't run for all of eternity. I'll have to face my past, my scars sooner or later. Yeah, but you've already done that in you've already done that in Hachiroku's route.
そうてつくん。
ああ、うん。
With Paulette so weak, I can't just up and ask about her past or emotional scars. I do regret that I didn't try to face the issue earlier, though. That said, I can't risk hurting Paulette more by being hasty.
今はともかく疲れを癒すことだ。
ですよね。倒れちゃったんですもんね。私。
She looks down at her body, and then looks surprised.
これ着替え。
ああ、枕姉がやってくれた。今は蔵の仕事があるゆえ、看病を僕が引き継いだ。
そうだったんですか。で、仕事。
She must have wanted to look at the clock. She tries to get up, and I stop her without having to use much strength.
大丈夫だ。何も心配することはない。
けど、
そのまま本会議は終了になった。次回は予定通りにあさって午後からの開催だ。
夕方の定時運行は。
及ばずながら僕が、86と組、木原玲奈のを客車とさせてもらった。
ありがとうございます。
いや、礼を言われるようなことではないさ。
It's true. I had no right to be thanked. If I had done my job properly as secretary, she wouldn't have collapsed in the first place. But if I say that out loud, Paulette would just blame herself further, so I kept quiet. I would have to create a system right now. A way to reduce the load on Paulette, and also to prevent pushing that load onto someone else to bear.
ともかく、今は回復に専念することだ。腹は空いてないか？喉の渇きは。
She must be checking how her body feels. Paulette closes her eyes briefly.
両方欲しいみたいです。お水とそれとおかゆか何かがもしあれば。
水より白湯だな。粥は梅粥でいいか？
はい、ありがとうございます。
待っていろ。すぐ用意する。
Whoops. Marketa's still working. Hibiki's still out. Alright.
待たせたな。いや、少し待て。
I coaxed Paulette to lie back down and place the tray on the side for now.
倒れた身だぞ。急に動くな。どこかを痛めているかもしれん。
あ、そうかもですね。
起こすぞ。
She stretches a little, then moves her neck and appendages. Paulette then gives a sigh of relief.
どこも痛いところはないみたいです。で、
うん。飲む方か、食べる方か。
おさゆ、先にいただけますか？
わかった。
I place my hand on Paulette's back and put the cup to her lips. She makes a small exclamation, but then quietly starts to drink.
Mm.
あまり一気に飲みすぎるなよ。
I feel like an overprotective parent, but Paulette seems to be comfortable. I tap and rub her back, prompting her to smile, satisfied.
次は、かゆだな。自分一人で食べられるか？
どうでしょう。やっぱりどこか痛むと怖いし。
そうだな。安全策を取っておいた方が無難だ。
She sounds so happy. Paulette sits up straight.
それじゃ、お願いします。
うん。そら。
空ってそんな、なんていうか、もう少し優しく。
Jesus. Yep. That makes sense.
なんだ。レイナの甘えっ子が映ったか？
I say that in a teasing manner, but quickly regret it. Her dependency on another is a manifestation of her weakness. Paulette just collapsed earlier. It was bad of me to feel embarrassed about it. These things, yes, these things should be done normally. How would she treat Reina? Thinking of that immediately gives me the best approach to take.
ならば、あーんか。
はい。
This is quite embarrassing. It's impossible for me to be. It's impossible for me not to be.
それはよかった。
す ごいですよね、枕さん。何をやっても一流で。
いや、その梅がゆは僕だ。かゆならば、幼い頃からよく作っていたのでな。
そうなんですか。これ、相鉄くんのお手製。
かゆくらいでお手製も大げさだろう。
いえいえ、
She doesn't continue. She just giggles a little, and then opens her mouth a bit wider than earlier.
もう一口。
うん。あーん。
Chomp. It felt as if she's going to swallow the spoon and my fingers too. Paulette gets some color back in her cheeks, breaks into a smile, and breaks into a smile. What? Why did he stutter in his head? Words can't describe how embarrassing this is. Because I'm lacking in vocabulary, I tend to just look at her, but staring at her. No, wait. I have to talk. The silence is making it all the more awkward for me.
舌にあったようで何よりだ。
I say the first thing that comes to mind, and Paulette nods while looking up at me with glittery eyes.
舌に合うです。ほんとこれ、お味の方ももちろんですけど、
あーん。
Chomp choo choo. Perhaps it's to savor it more, but Paulette closes her eyes briefly.
舌触りも、ほんと絶妙の火加減ですね、これ。べしゃっとしないで、でも、舌先ですぐにとろけて。
そうか。だが、
Conversation. When we exchange words, the less awkward this all feels.
時間を置けばどんどんべしゃっとしてしまう。無理なく食べられるようなら。
無理なんて、食べたらもっと私お腹空いちゃいました。
あーん。
The conversation and the spoon take turns. She munches away smoothly. Like a sponge absorbing water, Paulette finishes the porridge.
満腹です。ほんと、美味しかった。ごちそうさまでした。
お粗末様。
It's cold now, but I hand the water to Paulette, which she downs quickly. She breathes a satisfied sigh and then stretches out.
お腹の中までポカポカしてて、ちょっと汗かいちゃいました、私。
Her back rounds a little. Her blue eyes look up at me.
甘えついでに、背中、拭いてもらっちゃっても、いいですか？
Bro, normal Paulette would be so embarrassed.
おう、それはもちろん構わんが。枕姉はまだ仕事中だし。
拭いてもらうだけですから、平気です。
Paulette's fingers unbutton her shirt. I'm not doing all the sound effects. With her skin exposed, she covers her front side with her while her bare back faces me. She's pale like porcelain. This is what people call flawless skin. I've already seen her back in the bath, but this still feels like it's the first time. I haven't done that. I had thought that she'd be this beautiful.
体、冷えちゃったらまた。
ああ、そうだな。
I want to fetch a hand towel and a wash ball in my room. I went to fetch a hand towel and wash ball in my room. Deep down, I sort of hoped that I'd come across someone, but it's apparent that I'm the only one here.
では、拭くぞ。
はい、お願いします。
Acting like a child is indicative of a certain amount of anxiety she must have right now. If we just talk, though, that embarrassment should go away, at least to a degree. I should take the 2 things I learned earlier and put them to practice pronto.
で、今日はポーレットには念のため、検査を受けに行ってほしい。
はい、そうしなくちゃ。ダメですよね。
Every time I wipe the sweat off her snow-white back, Paulette suppresses a cry.
くすぐったいのか？なら、少し強めるが。
そうですね。少し強めでお願いします。
Phrasing, guys. Jesus Christ. Nah. Actually, her muscles are stiff. Amidst her soft skin, I can feel stiff, block-like parts on her shoulders, hips, and back.
少し押すか？
はい。もう少し強めだと。
Stop making these sounds. The stiffness is probably the result of her overworking herself. I wipe and try to massage out her trigger points at the same time. Guys, this is just a massage, alright? Nothing else is going on. Paulette is breathless, but she seems to be enjoying it. This feeling of accomplishment calms me for some reason.
それでだ、ポーレット。
何ですか？
現状、どう考えてもポーレットの負担が大きすぎる。が、今までそれをうまく分散できてなかった。
This is somewhat difficult to talk about, but it's something that must be said.
負荷を分散させなければ、今回のような事態はおそらく何度も繰り返される。
はい、そうですね。
そこでなのだが。
Supporting her on the political side isn't enough. Each and every one of Paulette's duties should be shared with someone else.
キハ・レイナナの乗務を僕にも担当させてはくれまいか。
You didn't even say yes or no.
タイフォンもよし。これで一通りの説明はできたと思います。
How long has it been since we've seen Operation Body Raina, though?
はい、ポーレット。説明のし忘れは一個もなしです。
もう。
I'm learning new stuff. I thought I'd have to focus completely, but once the driving stabilizes, my attention turns to behind me.
ポーレット、体にどこか。
前方注視、気を散らさない。
She's projecting her voice to me. The coaxing tone is completely gone, leaving behind the stern voice of a trainer. The aura of a professional engineer is behind me, and scolds me to maintain my focus.
この方法が最善です。それは相鉄くんも納得したことです。
She's telling, not asking. Paulette tries to erase the doubt in my heart.
念のため、より精密な検査を受ける必要がある。だから私は、湯の井の温泉病院に行く。信号、進行。
What? Huh?
進行、よし。
A satisfied laugh. It's most likely due to a voiced confirmation of the my voice confirmation of the signal while pointing at it.
片 鋼鉄くんは私の負担を減らすため、負担を分散するためにキハ 07S の運転操作を覚えたい。
But like, what happened to 8620? That's correct. I was worried that she may be resistant to the idea, but Paulette accepted it and has entrusted the driver's seat to me.
だから臨時列車を仕立ててお客様なしの練習走行と私の移送とを兼ねる。
Logically, this would be the most efficient way, so long as there's no psychological factor playing into Paulette's overwork. I think you already mentioned that she has trauma. As for me, even if she has to take the longer route, I want her to travel with using Navi. However, Kisaki's warning to us won't let us do so. The approval of the mine treasure plan and the permit of the riverbank must be obtained by the next assembly, or Hosho Mototada will find a way to shoot down the idea. We don't have time to spare, now that the situation has come to this point. Finishing the training smoothly is what we need to be focused on. Then I have no choice but to concentrate. I will complete it and have Paulette get some needed rest. Considering that, the worries in my mind fade, allowing me to switch gears in concentration.
たらぎ廃液通過。よし。
I thought the check was good, but I feel like something's off with my pointing and checking. We're not late or early in the scheduled time, and the name of this close station is correct. No.
レイナ
Listen, I don't know what you expected. Rana needs to sleep. She's got narcolepsy or whatever. There was no warning whatsoever. She was awake a moment earlier, and now she's asleep. There is still quite a bit of distance until Yunai Station. There is time left, but the lack of help from the Rail Lord strikes fear into me. I'm about to call for Paulette, but quickly stop myself. There's no way she didn't notice Rana's situation. She doesn't give me any direction, because she trusts me. I don't want to add anything else to Paulette's list of worries either.
信号進行よし
There's a list of scheduled times for the departure, arrival, and passing of closed stations. I look at the staff schedule to check again the passing time of each station and the arrival time at Yunoi Station. The next two passings should be fine. Even I can do that alone. Right before Yunoi Station is closed, is the closed Tsuruha Station. After passing Tsuruha's platform, 8620 should be able to get to Yunoi Station in 140 seconds. Tsuruha Station will be my point of measure. If she can wake up before then, great. If not, I'll break for safety. It would be best to wait until Rana comes back.
東たらぎ廃液通過
Once we pass through here, we'll have to prepare for the next step. I'll have to make verbal checks each step of the way to prevent panicking, and doing all the confirmations, I start applying pressure on the brakes to lower the speed.
制限50よし
I managed it, but it was close. I just managed to get it under the speed limit of 50 kilometers. Kiaha 7 is much lighter than 8620. I almost forgot that. Stay calm, stay calm. Don't be distracted. But like, how can you not be distracted when the one person who was able to verify... How would I say this? How would you be able to stay calm when Rain is sleeping? She's got more experience than you. I can't help but be bothered. Unease starts building up in my heart. Could she be in deep sleep? The kind where she's out for 6 or even 8 hours?
レイナ、起きろ、レイナ。
Using this as this is a training session for the train operation. It won't be as significant unless I simulate that there's a customer on board. There are customers on board. Because of that, I can't raise my voice, and I can't shake her either. I can see the edge of the platform of the closed Studebar station. Hang on a minute, that's a different name. I better just prepare myself. I step on the clutch pedal that isn't present in 8620 and...
ごめんなさい。
レイナ、やれるか。
現状確認。大丈夫です。相鉄さん、レイナ、湯の井駅停車の指示を出します。
確認のため、一度通しで口頭で頼む。
はいです。クラッチカット、ブレーキ開始はもうすぐです。
Putting the gear in neutral before braking is not that different from controlling 8620. I follow Randa's instructions and use the service brake to slow down. After coming this far, even if Randa falls asleep again.
制限25。よし。
制限25。よし。
The surface brake overlaps, lightens, and then tightens. I gradually reduce the brakes to slow the deceleration. Screech clunk. I caused the shocks, but the stopping location is...
停止位置。よし。到着。定時。
停止位置。よし。到着。定時。
I'm glad I managed to stop. I applied the handbrake to keep it motionless. In the next instant, I break out into a cold sweat. There's this and that and that. Having the rail lord go silent in the middle of driving is comparable to losing your eyes and ears at the same time. Okay, it's not that bad. If this happens regularly during business operations, Paula had been subjected to this much pressure and tension all along. On top of that, she followed in her father's footsteps as a politician, where she's expected to present herself and perform at a certain level as well.
ポーレット。
お見事でした、相鉄くん。
You're amazing. Before I can say that to her, she says it to me.
さすが機関士さんは違いますね。冷静でポイントつかむのがうまいです。
ああ。
It's impertinent for someone like me with so little experience to be called an engineer. That's the first thought that crosses my mind, but I keep my mouth shut.
そう思ってもらえたのなら何よりだ。
Complimenting will only add to Paulette's burden. Even being modest will cause her to worry. So instead I act confident, so that I don't worry her.
ポーレットの方は大丈夫か？体に異常などないか？
大丈夫です。相鉄くんの運転がとっても快適だから、乗る前よりもむしろ元気になれたかも。
そうか。
She's lying. This is how Paulette continues to burden herself. When Raina collapsed, who knows how hurt she must have felt. And she tries to hide all that behind a smile.
相鉄さん。
ああ、レイナもありがとう。不慣れな僕をよくナビゲートしてくれた。
I pat her head with my left hand and put my finger on her lips with my right. I peer into her eyes. I whisper into her ear, Raina, if you apologize, Paulette will worry.
レイナ、もっと上手にご一緒できるよう、頑張ります。
ああ、そうだな。
Wonderful. Those words that Raina tried so hard to think of help guide me. Yeah, as well.
僕もそうする。ベストを尽くす。もっと上手になれるよう、もっと一緒にいられるように。
With Paulette, with Raina, with everyone of Ohitoyo's railway. If we do this together, and our anxieties will lessen.
私もそうします。
ああ、そうしてくれ。そしてよりよく、一緒に未来へ進んでいこう。が、その前にだ。
Fuck. I take her hand and hold up Raina's light body by the shoulder to help her up from her seat. Her footsteps descending on the platform seem stable, but
ナビを回り込ませている。温泉病院までは空路で行こう。
相鉄くんは？
無論、着きそう。着水地点からはおそらく徒歩で登ることになるしな。はい、
わかりました。それならよろしくお願いします。レイナはポーレットと相鉄さんが帰ってくるまで折り返しのための整備をしておきますね。
うん、頼む。
While Paulette is being examined, I'll go and make a few calls. Reverend Akai, Tororu Hot Springs owner, and more. Someone that knows Paulette's past well. Paulette's problem and Raina's problem must be fixed. That's why I'll first gather information, however I can start working on a solution. However I can and start working on a solution. Can't say for sure, but if one gets solved, I have a feeling I'll be able to find the hint to solving the other.
大丈夫そうなら行くぞ、ポーレット。
We just have to keep moving forward. I hold Paulette's hand gently and take a step onto Unai Station. Maitetsu. Alright, how far are we skipping forward though?
すみません。こちらからお話をお願いしたにもかかわらず、お運びをいただいてしまって。
うちんぼろ湯じゃ、どこから話が漏れるか知れんけんね。
Okay, it's not that far, Ed.
どうぞ、お上がりください。
I have her come up to my room, to which she looks around and looks around upon entry. We sit down on some cushions, and she asks me in a suppressed tone.
86は
他の誰にも聞かれたくないとのことでしたので、枕姉と響に連れて出てもらってます。
They're at the usual shopping arcade meeting. But the timing for the meeting is an important one. They're attempting to get some grassroots support for the mine treasure plan. Hatadoku's PR will work toward it. At the same time, this meeting here will be much more secretive, killing two birds with one stone. That's what this is.
この部屋までは蔵の人間は来ませんし、万が一誰か来ても足音でそれとわかります。
ならよかったよ。
Her gaze turns straight to me. I feel slightly overwhelmed. I guess you can call this annual rings. You can call it annual rings. It feels like she can see straight into me. Straight into me.
で、
レイナの居眠り、処理落ちを防止するための対策について教えていただきたく思っています。
When I say it out loud, she nods back at me.
理屈は簡単。けど、実践はかなり難しか話ばい。
It's the same answer she gave me over the phone. Then what she'll say from here is something she doesn't want others to hear.
では、まずその理屈の方を教えていただけますか。
カフカが処理落ちの原因やけん、負荷ば減らしてやりゃあよかっとよ。
I see. That's an extremely simple reason.
この場合の負荷は、ディーゼル機動車改造に伴っての処理情報量の増加ですか。
そぎゃんとはごくごく一部に過ぎんとよ。
What? I am very confused by that explanation.
というと他には。
She groans a little in thought. The shadows of her wrinkles grow darker.
レイルロードの制御、演算のプロセッサは、人間の脳と近似した処理を行うよう設定されたもんたい。
はい。
I initially think she's clanging the subject on me, but then I see where she's going, helping me understand things on a more visceral level. Whether it's Hachidoku or Reina, they often show reactions just like a human would toward different stimuli.
損プロセッサと記憶媒体とは別個体。記憶媒体は独立して感想可能となっとるばい。
Exchanged. That statement forwards my understanding another step.
ひょっとして、それがタブレットですか。
そん通りと。
I'm correct, but her expression's still grim. No.
タブレットば交換すれば、ドンレールロードも同一の機能ばできるようになる。
It feels as if her expression becomes even grimmer.
それこそが当初のレールロード構想ったい。
では、その当初構想では、レイルロードは経験を完全に共有できた。いや。
No, that's probably not enough.
例えば、86のタブレットをレイナのボディに換装すると、そのボディは
完全に86として機能できる。そうできてこそ最大の効率化が果たせるという計画だったとよ。
最大の効率化。
Wait, let me see that again. Even if Hachiroku's body is at its expiration, if the tablet can be placed into another body, Hachiroku will instantly be given new life. By doing so, the accumulated experiences and information wouldn't go to waste. That would certainly greatly improve efficiency.
じゃっとん、そん計画ばうまいこと働かんかった。
He makes a bit of face that causes me to feel thirsty for whatever reason, but this isn't exactly the time or situation to be going and fetching tea. I swallow my spit, but the thirst doesn't feel alleviated at all.
データとインフォメーションの事実、資料と情報との違いについては理解しとうと。
Between. I feel like the subject suddenly changed again. I think I do. Her slow explanations help my understanding.
例えば、お人よしの人口が何年に幾人だったという数値や数値群が出た事実であり、資料です。
うん。
それをグラフなり表なりにして参照しやすくしたものが情報、インフォメーションであると理解しています。
そん理解は理解でよかばい。で、
She squints at me. It's a sharp glare, which doesn't seem like that of an elderly person.
言葉として、概念としてではなく、直感で。そん二つは普段から分けて処理ばしとうと。
僕がですか？
I think about it. I blurt out the answer before I think about it deeply.
いえ、特に区別して取り扱ってはいないようです。
そうぎゃんとは普通のこったい。資料と情報とは意識ばせんと別個のものとは処理できんばい。
はい。
I think of the meaning behind her using strong and definitive words. Processing data into information requires thought and a conscious effort, or perhaps
人間の脳は資料と情報、記録と記憶をそう便利には切り分けて処理できんとよ。
記録と記憶。
そしてレールロードのプロセッサは想定以上にあまりに脳に似すぎたばい。
あ、
the meaning of a word is connected in my mind. Records and memory. That's extremely close to data and information. The Railroad processor and the human brain are almost too similar.
他人が作った資料を人は記録として処理できる。それは意識的にそう扱い得るから。
In this case, having a paper medium serves as a cushion for calling your consciousness, as well as for preventing confusion. But for Railroads and their tablets, how would that work?
タブレットは記録と同時に記憶もしてしまう。が、脳に禁じしているのなら、おそらくプロセッサも。
She nods. A slow, heavy nod.
脳に似すぎたがため、処理、演算に特化させたはずのプロセッサ自体も記憶を持ってしまったとよ。
なら、他社のタブレットをそこに実装してしまえば。
For example, let's say I was out shopping yesterday. While maintaining that memory, I was also reading at home. The record and memory exist in parallel.
当然、レールロードは混乱するばい。自我を見失い、ひどか不安定状態に陥りよるったい。
A statement of fact. That must be from experience of what's happened in the past.
人間にはありえないその現象がレールロードには起こり得てしまう。
記録と記憶ば都合ようには切り分けられん。レールロードでもそこは人間と変わらんとよ。
はい。
I'm unsure of how takes my affirmation. What? Only seeing her eyes close suddenly. 5 seconds. 15 seconds.
ガソリン機動車からディーゼル機動車への改修と、ソンロールバックトに関する圧縮情報。
With her eyes still closed, her sinking voice echoes.
レイナを圧迫しとうとは、そればい。
あ、
I finally understand. Her roundabout explanation brings understanding to me in a straight line.
ロールバック情報を持っているのなら、ディーゼル、ガソリン復旧は理屈の上だ。
よいばい。そぎゃんとすれば、 処理面での負荷も軽くはなるとよ。
しかし、それは、レイナの記憶にプロセッサそのものに干渉してしまう危険を持っている。
Memories come with records, and the reverse is also the truth. Remembering the past is one thing, but in order to maintain the capacity, if there comes a need, the records have to be compressed or deleted.
最悪、レイナは、ディーゼルとして稼働していた、お人よ鉄道で過ごした時間の記憶を失う危険さえ。
ないとは断言できんばい。
The logic is simple, but putting it into action is difficult. The weight of those words starts to puddle in the pit of my stomach.
そのことを、ポーレットは。
レイナの負荷軽減について、ただの一度も相談ばされたことはなかったよ。
そうですか。
Paulette knows. She knows better than anyone. Regarding how much Raina worries about the slowdown, and also about how the increases the risks to safety. And yet, if Paulette doesn't face this problem, Paulette also knows this, knows of this fact, because she knows she can't stand up to the fear of Raina losing her memory. Putting it to action is terribly difficult, which is why I want to help Paulette. I want to find out what's the best way to help her.
お話を、貴重なお話を、ありがとうございました。
じゃったら話ば終わりとね。
After that short statement, the owner of Tororu Hot Springs stands up. As she goes to leave the room, she turns to me for a brief moment.
こん話ば聞いてきたとは、右たの、ぬしゃが初めてばい。
そうなのですか。
That statement really highlights Paulette's isolation. Then, no. It's the height of her emotional wall that she built to shut out the people around her.
お聞かせいただいたこと、決して無駄にしたくはなく思います。
There's a part of me that feels proud knowing that I was the first to ask about this. Even if that's somewhat childish to say, I want to be the only one who knows Paulette's secrets. It's still better than having only sympathy or compassion.
レールロードの調整ばやるならいつでん引き受けるけん。
There is a light-hearted tone to her voice. After saying that, she takes her leave.
ありがとうございます。
Anyway, just face forward. I tell that to myself. I honestly don't know what I should do right now, but at the very least, I now understand how complicated the problem is.
客車の手配が整ったとのことですね。まずはおめでとうございます。
ありがとうございます。ありがとうございます。
The meeting with Reverend Akai is a calm one. Paula wears a soft expression and doesn't have even the slightest hint of fatigue or darkness about her.
すみません。こちらからお尋ねするべきところ、わざわざレールショップまで。
いいえ、何ほどでもないことです。ご体調を崩されたともお伺いしましたし。
ご心配はありがとうございます。少し焦りすぎてしまって。けどもう大丈夫です。
焦りすぎたですか。
はい、実は。
She's good. She took an ordinary exchange and... What the fuck is that word? Hang on, what? wait, it's
Segway.
segued. Fucking, what a weird way to spell it. It segued right into the main point of discussion.
なるほど。エアクラ工場誘致派がですか。
はい。ですので、今会期末までに議案をいくつか通過させたいと考えています。
いくつかのうちの一つは、この社の文化財申請についてですよね。
He must have prepared those materials beforehand. Reverend Akai drops a stack of documents and hands a list to Paulette.
専門家にも見てもらったのですが、新たに出てきたこの辺りもかなり希少なものだそうです。
拝見します。
Paulette looks through the list and gradually brightens up.
これは、さらなる裏付けとなる資料なのですね。記事史文化との深く、古いつながりがあったということの。
とのことだと聞いています。使えるようでしたら、どうぞ、ご随にご活用ください。
ありがとうございます。これだけの裏付けがあれば、多分全会一致での賛同を得ることができると思います。
He nods, as if saying he's happy to help. Reverend Akai's calm eyes turn to me.
その他の議案というのは、マイントレジャー関連についてですか？
あ、すでにご存知くださってましたか？
氏子さんたちの口の端にも上っていますし、相鉄くんからもお電話をいただきましたので。
そうだったんですか。
She has an impressed look in her eyes. That wasn't all that I talked to him about. Where's his crew bag? Oh, good, he has it. Being a former engineer, Reverend Akai always has a crew bag in the side of his room. What's inside is exactly as I thought. That's why I had him bring it.
マイントレジャー計画の概要につきましては、すでにお伝えさせていただきました通りです。
ええ。
I want to know about Reverend Akai and his Raillord. About what his opinion is on the repair of Reina.
ポーレットとの相談の結果、マイントレジャー計画案と技術継承単行申請案とは別個の議案として提出します。
なるほど。そうすれば、マイントレジャー計画がもし今回了承されなかったとしても、最低限は。
はい。技術継承単行としての補助申請の方が賛同を得られやすい議案ですので、環境防護は果たせるかと。
Because I want to know, I won't rush things. I only speak of the things I must.
僕としては、赤い宮司にマイントレジャー計画へのご賛同をいただきたく思っています。
The past and present, a comfortable temperature and distance. We could have left things ambiguous, as that statement could have ruined everything.
が、現状ではその資格もない。
資格？
A blank look paints her face. It'd be on my conscience if I kept her in the dark here. But I have to do it. An unstable happiness is just an omen for misfortune.
レイナの処理落ち問題を解決せぬまま、マイントレジャー計画は進められない。
But her expression does not darken. In exchange, she becomes even paler.
それは、本当にそうなんですよね。86だけを中心にした観光振興ならいざ知らず。
She seems to finally realize it herself. Paulette has said based around 8620 time and time again. It was her way of preventing tourists from getting on Reina. A very passive display of her will.
マイントレジャー計画を進めるには、レイナにも 観光客さんに絡んでもらう必要がどうしても出てくる。
現状の湯の井線運営は、地元の皆様のご理解とご寛容に支えられてる。が、観光客相手では、そうはいかない。
はい。
Rena's face distorts in worry. I feel immature for not considering how she feels.
大丈夫だ、レイナ。問題なくできるようにするための知恵を、解決案を、これからみんなで出し合っていくのだ。
I also tell that to myself, and lightly tap Reina's delicate hair. That's enough to make Reina smile, a little relieved. She might not smile like this anymore, but even though we haven't known each other long, it pains me. But that's why I have to be at the forefront of this, so that I can bear some of the load for both Paulette and Reina.
理屈の上での解決策は、トロル湯のご主人に聞いてきた。
As if an electrical current ran through them, at the same time, Paulette and Reina look at each other. That means both of them already know the facts, but just kept it to themselves, out of consideration for one another.
トロル湯のご主人は、レイナの中に
What?
ガソリン起動車のロールバック場所を
Fucking... What the fuck was that? Jesus Christ.
トロル湯のご主人は、レイナの中にガソリン起動車へのロールバック情報があると。
I look and stare at Reina, but Reina's still looking at Paulette.
平気よ、レイナ。
Paulette smiles gently and nods to Reina.
聞かせて。私も知りたいの。あります。レイナ、ロールバック情報、持ってます。
As if she's just let open the floodgates, Reina's words become smoother.
片上鉱山鉄道を出るとき、全部持たせてもらったんです。回収資材も全部一緒にです。
回収資材も、というと。
レイナ、ガソリン起動車へのロールバック、できます。けど、できるって言っても。
Somewhat suppressed voice, but many separate emotions are present in her voice. Paulette then closes her lips tightly and looks down at the ground.
できるって言っても、それは。
圧縮した情報の展開と、必要次第での別情報の圧縮と、それにも、それぞれリスクが伴うとも聞いている。
レイナ、そのお話も聞いてます。
Paulette looks up. Reina is looking straight forward, while trying to find the right words.
ロールバックは、できる限りはしないようにって、レイナ、言われてここに来ました。
できる限りは、か。
But right now, I think it's time to overcome that. If we can't, no, if we don't do that, we'll never move forward.
レイナは、
A raspy voice. I can tell that she's forcing a smile. Even so, Paulette still smiles for her. I know that she wants Reina to say everything without reserve.
レイナは、今はどうしたいの？ロールバックを、復旧回収を、レイナは、受けたい？レイナを。
I think this is the first time I've ever seen Reina at a loss for words. Her innocent lips open and close, Her breath and words get pushed back inside her.
レイナ、ポーレットのレールロードですから。ポーレットの言うことが、レイナのしたいことですよ。私のしたいこと。
The forced smile is gone from Paulette's face. She looks down in silence, full of internal conflict. Sometimes she'll glance in my direction, as if she wants help. Or perhaps I should make a decision myself here. But that's too easy a path. No matter what the result may be, if I'm to shoulder it, that'll be an escape from the pain and regret that may arise. But if I do that, Paula won't be able to stand up. To her scars from the past, an ancient fear that she's bound by. If she loses her opportunity to face them, that would make her situation all the more dire. All the dire. This could just be my ego talking, though. If I didn't have the purpose of stopping the aircraft factory, I'm sure the decision would be a much easier one. But in order to stop the factory, I want to push for the mine treasure plan, because I have the incentive. It clouds my because I have that incentive. It clouds my judgment. What's the best for Paula and Reina? What's the best course of action?
それなら、自分と変わってほしい。
A quiet voice. A cold voice. It came from inside Reverend Akai's crew bag.
清春、出して。
ああ、
Reverend Akai carefully inserts both hands into the bag. The Reverend's thin arms carry a strange side of what appears to be an abnormal rail lord.
はあ、お顔が。
I was waiting for her to show up. They're bandages. Its entire face is wrapped in them. The silky black hair that peeks through some of the gaps makes the sight all the more painful.
自分は26。クハ26の専用レールロードだったものだ。クハ26。
That's all Paulette responds with, after turning in the rail lord's direction.
鹿児島本線で試験運用されてた電車だったと思います。そう、クハ26は電車だった。自分がレールロードであった時には。
He speaks of it as all in the past. So it suggests a few things to me. What the fuck happened? Ah. Okay. Hang on a minute. Fucking, the fucking hard drive disconnected. Alright. Hope that doesn't happen again. The quiet and cold words make my assumptions true.
けれど、鉄くずになり果てた。自分の整備ボディと共に。
I don't sense any emotion from that voice. No, this isn't cold. There's just no temperature. I didn't think there was a rail lord in this sort of state. I may have done something cruel. In order to heal Paulette's scars, I may have rubbed salt into this Rail Lord's wounds.
自分は壊れたくないと思った。だから、清春に何とかしてほしいと頼んだ。
鹿児島本線の廃線が決まった。あの日、試験機はすべて一斉処分されることとなりました。
それは、ひどく残酷で無意味な指示に思えた。だから、自分たちは抗った。
モックアップ。外装模型を運転席に座らせました。気づいた者もいたでしょう。しかし、誰も咎めなかった。
A deep wrinkle appeared between Reverend Akai's brows. Niroku naturally shows no change.
結果、自分は成り果てた。走ることのできなくなった。レイルロードの残骸に。残骸。上からの指示は残酷なものではなかった。正しかった。走れなくなったレイルロードは、自ら壊れる。
I don't know why, but I look at Reina. It doesn't seem like she's surprised at all. She's surprised at it. It's as if she's been told what she already knows. She's just quietly and solemnly listening.
物は人の役に立ってこそのもの。だから自分は清春に仕事を求めた。事務処理、軽作業、計算。
I think about Hachiroku. She said she wanted to run. That's the only thing she asked of me.
自動車を入手してもらい、エアクラナビの真似事もした。しかし、すべては虚しかった。
Hachiroku may also have made this type of voice. If Taito didn't make her fall asleep, if time continued on without her being able to run.
そして知った。レイルロードは、少なくとも自分は、ものである以前に、レイルロードなのだと。
Rail lords are no lords. We're the same as train tracks. That's what Hachiroku told me before. They continue on moving forward. They move ahead for the sake of people.
だから、自分は走りたい。自分のすべてをゼロにしていい。それでも、もう一度走りたい。それは、
Ren is speaking in her usual tone. It's a soft and childish voice, but it also has an embracing feel about it.
レイナのロールバックデータを263にコピーするという意味ですか？そういう意味。そうして再び走れるのなら、自分のタブレットをイニシャライズしても構わない。
That would also mean her memory of Reverend Akai would be discarded too. But even so, Reverend Akai maintains calm, keeping a gentle smile. Is this what Reverend Akai wants? No matter how it happens, if Niroku loses her memories just to run again, because he wants that, he may have agreed to my shallow suggestion and brought Niroku here. Then I...
断言はできませんけど、そこまでする必要は。
Paulette says that in a scared but coaxing way. As if seeking help, everyone looks at her hoping for something.
旧蹄鉄の最後、最新鋭の試験機のトップナンバー機。スペック的に余裕がある可能性、低くない気がします。
すると、こいつのままで再び走らせてやれる可能性が。
Reverend Akai reveals his emotions in an obvious way. Hope and worry are mixed in with his expression.
それがレールロードのものであれ。記録に記憶は付随する。そう聞いています。
記録に記憶が？
I wanted, so I asked. This is the information that I heard. I must tell them everything that I've learned.
ディーゼル回収前、鉱山鉄道で過ごした時代のレイナの記憶。それがロールバック情報には付随する。
はあ。
And that's a dangerous thing. Being a seasoned former engineer, Reverend Akai knows that better than me.
そうか。冷静に考えれば、レイナ君のタブレットを26に実装するのと大差ない。
それがなんだ。
Motionless and without hesitation, Niroku's voice even seems to push aside Reverend Akai.
自分はすでに壊れている。たとえ再起不能になっても、今より悪くなることはない。
そうだな、26。
The Reverend nods quietly and calmly, cleanly.
お前が再び走れるのなら、他のすべてを引き換えにする価値がある。
This is bad. I feel crushed under the weight of his wish. I can't let Paulette make this decision. The moment I thought that, I've already begun to speak.
ならば、86でも構わんでしょう。
86。蒸気機関車か。自分は、もちろん、それでもいい。
8620は、レイナよりもさらに、はるかに旧式です。取り扱うデータ量も、その分少ないのではないかと。
リスクは、さらに低減できると？
素人考えではありましょうが、その可能性は、大いにあるかと思います。
I asked him to bring Niroku here. Then this huge, powerful wish that both Reverend Akai and Niroku have. Even if it means dragging Hachiroku into things, this is something I have to accept.
ですのでその件は、後ほど、86とトロユーのご主人とも相談をして。
レイナ、26さんと代わり番号で走るの、面白そうって思います。
An unexpected voice from Reina. Reina gives her usual smile and talks about how she feels.
レイナ、もともと姉妹の中の一人でしたから、代わり番号で走るのも楽しいんです。
Paulette calls out, but her expression is still blank. As if trying to hide her heart behind a mask, Paulette maintains an emotionless face.
代わり番号で走るのもですか？
そうですよ。一人でのびのび走るのも、レイナ、やっぱり大好きですから。
She comes very close, but that is Reina's expressed intent. But Paulette doesn't move. She only makes some noises resembling groans.
私は。
Reverend Akai looks at Nidoku. Nidoku remains motionless, but Reverend Akai nods slowly, entrusting everything to her.
ポーレット、ここから先は、君が決断しなければいけないことだ。
Her pale face twitches. Her eyes begin to wander around. To Reina, to me, Reverend Akai. She then stares at Nidoku and clings onto her.
誰かが望むからではダメだ。マイントレジャーのことも、鉄道経営や観光振興のことも、気にしなくていい。
When I say that, all the extraneous things fall away. But one thing remains. The hope deep inside of me comes out in words.
これは、君とレイナの話だ。ポーレット、君たちの未来を決める決断なんだ。
未来なんて。
Paulette's lips quiver, leading to her entire body beginning to shake.
私は今のお人よ。今のレイナを、今のままをただ守りたくって。
She wants to defend the rail shop, her tiny castle and her livelihood here. It's true that what Reina seeks is always based on that single point.
レイナに変わってほしくなくって、ずっとそのままでいてほしくって。
だが、変わるぞ。
I came here, I met Paulette. That may just be one of the factors, but all that may be insignificant.
86を見ろ。レールロードとて不変ではない。ロールバックがあろうとなかろうと変わるのだ。
そんなこと。
変わらないものなど何もない。駅も線路も僕たち自身も必ず変わる。
それでもレイナは。レイナ、大丈夫。変わりませんよ。ずっとポーレットのそばにいますよ。
Paulette knows better than anyone that she forced Reina to say that. My shallow ideas have caused Paulette pain, as well as Nidoku and even Reina. Accepting, forgiving, and accepting is Reina's true nature and desire. Forgiving and accepting is Reina's true nature and desire. Because of her kindness, she's in pain. Paulette's wish and Nidoku's wish, because both of them are held in earnest. That's why it must be connected to the future. My wavering heart is kept stable by my mind. I cast aside my self-condemnation and try to look at Paulette straight in the eye.
本当に変わらないでと望んでいるのか。
If she just wishes for a closed paradise, that's fine. If that's what they desire deep in their hearts, all I can do is shut up and leave.
怯え閉じこもる幸福を、レイナをお人形にすることを、ポーレット、君は本当に望んでいるのか。
I don't think so. If that's the case, she can just ignore Reina's words. But Paulette also cares about what Reina wants. Her love and fear conflict with one another.
私。
She's wavering. No, looking back, Paulette had been wavering the entire time.
私。けど。
She stretches her hand out to me. I hold it tightly.
どうしてこんなそうてつく優しいのに意地悪なこと。
それが僕の望みだからだ。僕は君を助けたい。
Now I know for sure. I've known for a while. Paulette saved me when we were younger. But this feeling isn't that of gratitude, nor is it atonement for not being able to save Michiko.
僕には君の悲鳴が聞こえた。君は悲鳴を届けてくれた。この手を僕に伸ばしてくれた。
I hold her hand, tightly with both hands. Paulette is still shaking. Her core is still terribly shaking.
向き合わなければ乗り越えられない。それはポーレット、君が僕に教えてくれたことだ。
Why did the accident occur? I considered the rose above. I reconsidered and rose above those days filled with such hatred and resentment.
だから僕は意地悪だと思われようと憎まれようと君にも過去と向き合ってほしいと思っている。
だけどもう向き合うな
できるさ。意志さえあれば、いつでも。
I talked to the three about the telephone with the, I talked to the three about the telephone with the Tororu Hot Spring owner and Reverend Akai.
宮本さんに相談したんだ。そうしたら、電話番号を預かった。
She already knows whose number it is. Her blue eyes wander around, but her focus is always on me.
宮本さんは、こう言われた番号を預かったそうだ。あの子が恋を知ったなら、伝えてほしいと。
私が恋を知ったなら。
だから、ポーレット。
はい、相鉄くん。
Her eyes closed tightly. Large drops of tears streamed down her face. Without wiping them, her now determined eyes looked straight at me.
私は恋を知っています。
Oh, what's the transition going to say? I wonder. Maitetsu. Wow, I never would have guessed. Indeed. The flow stops. It was like a sad song, like the drizzling rain.
わかった。
The sound changes into Japanese, into the sounds that I recognize.
ママと話せて、聞かせてもらえて嬉しかった。すぐにじゃないかもしれないけど、また電話すると思う。
She's letting me know. Paulette's letting me know how she feels. At the end of her flowing conversation in French, she ends up at a familiar place.
そうだね。大丈夫だよ。それじゃあまた。あとね、ママ。お母さん。
A long, long silence. As someone listening from the side, it makes me uneasy. No, wait. Hold on. I was just assuming she's letting me know when she switches to Japanese. When I think about it, I'm just eavesdropping here. Hey, is it really eavesdropping if she knows you're listening in, alright? Eavesdropping implies that it's secretive, alright?
パパと結婚してくれて、私のお母さんになってくれて、ありがとう。
Ah. This is not eavesdropping. Well, it's telling me something. See? What did I tell you? She's unraveling the binding from the past that has tied her down for so long. A long sigh that sounds tired, as well as satisfied. Footsteps. Paulette's walking toward me.
ありがとうございます。いてくれて。
いや、何？
I'll make a call, so please be here. That was all Paulette asked of me when she looked at the phone number I'd kept from Miyamoto.
僕など、本当にいただけだ。
いてくれるのが嬉しいんです。
A soft smile forms on her face before she turns to the clock on the wall. 2 hours have passed since midnight. The Reverend already left a long time ago after saying he'd follow our decision. Though she fought it, Rana gave in to her drowsiness.
長電話にも程があるって話ですよね。
いや、むしろ短かったんじゃないか。
え？
募る話を考えればさ、何年ぶりかなのだろう、親子の会話は。
ああ、そうですね。
Paulette goes limp on the chair.
まともな会話は、本当何年ぶりでしょう。パパとこじれてからの間は、ママ完全にパニックで。
Paulette looks at me in a way if she's, as if she's asking for permission to continue. Naturally, I have no objections. I get her to hang out for a minute while I make some tea. I change my seating position to get ready for what could be a long conversation.
ありがとうございます。
Paulette slowly drinks her green tea before letting out a long, heated sigh.
あったかいです。美味しい。私、喉カラカラだったんですね。
だろうな。
I couldn't understand her speaking in French, but I assumed she was thirsty since I was too. The tone of her voice was filled with emotion, the content of their conversation forming only in my mind. Before I knew it, my palms were sweaty, knees weak, arms were heavy. Never mind.
私の両親、事業をやってたんです。個人輸入の代行業で、うまく回ってたみたいです。
I would assume so. They hired employees, expanded their office, and orders continued to increase. What broke that cycle was a very tiny thing.
エアクラ工場誘致の話がお人よにあるって聞いて、それでパパ、反対運動に協力することにしたんです。
Before support grew for the factory, they wanted them to recant it, but that thinking didn't turn out well. Hoshomoto Tada, Kumamoto Bank itself, had begun to push for the support of the factory.
最初はお仕事の片手間にって感じの手伝いだったのに、日が経つごとにどっちが片手間かわからなくなって。
Was it not a bitter memory? Paulette's tired voice almost has a kind tone to it.
掛け事って私したことがないんですけど、きっとああいう感じにハマっちゃうんだと思います。
She started off small, and then what you built or bet continued to grow. Before you know it, the amount has multiplied beyond your control, and you can't back down anymore.
市長選にパパが出るって決めて、会社が回らなくなって。ママ、それでいろいろ限界に来ちゃったそうなんです。
The workload they both shared was dropped onto one person. Everyone gets behind on the household chores. Paulette's father hired a maid to keep up for that. As a result, that became the trigger for the breakdown.
すれ違いばっかりになって、喧嘩が日常になって、パパとママは疲れ果てて離婚を選択したそうです。
She explains it like a bystander. Paulette's their child, so this should have affected her personally. Yeah, we saw the flashback. Maitetsu didn't, but we did. Or perhaps it's because she was still a child that she was not a part of the issue. She wanted to solve the situation and help the people she loved, but being just a kid at the time, she was powerless. I know that pain too. It doesn't go away, but Paulette doesn't seem down about it.
私にも選択を迫られました。でも選べなかった。パパかママかなんて選べるわけがないじゃないですか。
I wonder why.
選べないから黙ってました。頑張っていい子にしてたら、パパとママ、仲良しに戻ってくれるかもって思って。そしたら、ママは出て行きました。私を置いて出て行って、二度と帰ってこなかった。
She states it matter-of-factly. I can distinctly see it. This is Paulette's scar. This must be why she overworks herself like she does.
いい子にするのが足りなかったって。私がもっと頑張れたらって。だから思って。
それは違う。
It should have gone without saying, even if I have to interrupt her. I have to say this.
ポーレットは何も悪くない。
ママもそう言ってくれました。
Beautiful, but that's not all. The smile Paulette makes is weak and sad, but she has accepted everything and forgiven.
ママはただ別れることになっても恨んでもそれでもパパをやっぱり愛していたそうです。
愛して。
愛してたから一緒にはいられなくなってもパパのこと見捨てるなんてできなかった。
Paulette's father is the previous is the previous mayor, Hinai Kozo. All I know is that people said he was a good mayor.
ママは一人でも頑張れる人。でもパパはきっと一人じゃダメになっちゃう人だったから。
そういう形の愛もあるのか。
みたいですね。
She nods. I feel that her whole existence seems transient.
けどそれってママは結局私よりパパを選んだってことでもあるから。
She gives a scripted laugh after saying that. The smile that Paulette's making is so obviously fake.
その話を聞いてもやっぱりちょっと寂しい気はします。でも捨てられたんじゃなかったんだって安心もして。
うん。ポーレットは捨てられてなどいない。
Except Paulette's mother also was insufficient. She wanted to save both, but she was at her limit, and because of that, she was forced to make a decision.
お母様もポーレットが大切で、かけがえないと感じてて。だからこそ、お父様から奪えなかった。
はい。わかります。けど。
Her eyes close. Instead of tears, words pour out from her.
切ないですよね。こういうの。事情を聞いて、分かったつもりで、許しても、やっぱり切ない。
ああ。
そうてつくんも。
ん？
Her eyelids lift, and her blue eyes stare straight at me. Straight into my own eyes.
そうてつくんも知ってるんですよね。この切なさを。やるせなさを。
うん。
Her hands slowly reach out to me, cautiously, weakly. I hold her hand and feel her shaking. Even so, Paulette's palm is warm.
あの日、私、すごく悲しかったんです。
That day? Which day? I didn't even feel the need to find out.
パパと二人の暮らしに少しずつ慣れてきて、ママを許せなく感じ始めていた頃だったんです。
わかる気がする。
The shock of the feeling of loss is big, and it doesn't go away. I could do nothing except try to get used to it.
僕の場合もそうだった。憎しみは慣れた頃突然に吹き出してきた。
ぶつけどころが見つからないと、だって納得できないですから。
うん。
It's no one's fault. When your loss is that big, You can't think of it like that. The vast nothingness that appears makes you feel powerless. People can't do anything but start by filling everything with hatred.
だから、相鉄くんに会って、事故の話を聞いて、
それでも、ポーレットは教えてくれたな。鉄道に憎しみをぶつけることが間違ってると。
I was saved by those words. The ones at fault are people, not things. The ones who make mistakes are always people.
それで私、相鉄くんにきっと、救ってもらったんです。
え？
I was the one who was saved. Paulette's voice comes flowing to me before I could speak.
今考えるときっと、あの時の私って、鉄道をかばいたかったわけじゃないんですよ。
しかし、確かに。
鉄道をかばったんじゃなく、一緒に攻めてほしかった。相鉄くんに、やっぱり、悪いのは人なんだって。
いや、僕は。
I hadn't thought of that at all, because in a way, I was the one who killed Michiko. Harsh truth, but I mean, like, you know, I've been saying, a part of me says that if I'd made a different decision then, Michiko, father and mother wouldn't have had to die.
なのにすって、相鉄くんの顔から暗いのが消えて、それで私、ああ、できるんだって思ったんです。
I hate that what the fucking shit I talked about came back. There's wouldn't have. There it is. God fucking damn it. See, never mind. Even people watching the fucking VODs on my second channel wouldn't understand, because I don't include the shit I talk about before. Ugh.
できるって何が？
人を許すことがです。相鉄くんの傷は絶対私のより深いのに。
Well, yeah, your parents went through a divorce. His fucking family died. Who would have guessed that it's...
いや、僕は許すも何も憎める立場にないと、きっと思っただけだった。
Paulette makes a surprised expression in response to my honesty.
そうなんですか。
だって、人間は間違えるから。悪意がなくても、人は間違ってしまうから。
I'm the epitome of that concept. I'm not blameless. Nor am I shameless enough to ignore it. Or maybe I'm just weak.
だから、きっと、それは諦めに近かったと思う。憎み続けることを諦めて、結果として、楽になった。
そうだったんですか。
Paulette giggles a little. Graceful, colorful laugh toward a stupid remark.
ならずっと、私、勘違いしてたんですね。
勘違いというのなら僕もだな。僕は、鉄道愛に満ちるがゆえの助言をもらったと思っていた。
それも、多分、少しは、結構、ある程度はあったとは思います。けど、やっぱり、私たち、二人とも勘違いしてたんですね。勘違いした思い出を、ずっと大事に抱えてた。
確かに、 解釈は勘違いだったかもしれない。けれど、抱え続けてきたことは勘違いじゃない。
Softly, Paulette's palm grows warmer.
そうですね。私が救われたことは本当。
そうなんだ。救われたから勘違いでも本物の大事な思い出となった。なあ、いや。
Rather, yes. If I had to call it something else,
本当は僕もポーレットもそうしたかった。だからきっかけを自分に都合よくきっと捉えた。
そっか。
a clear voice, a refreshed voice. That's right. On that day, at that moment, we simply realized it.
私は本当は最初からママを憎みたくなんてなかった。
そうして僕も憎しみなんて抱き続けていたくはなかった。
だからお互いにお互いを都合よく理解してそうするきっかけにしちゃったんですね。
Maybe that would be nice if true, mumbles Paulette. With a relaxed face, she smiles for me.
そういうのきっと相性ですよね。
ああ、かもな。それこそが相性の良し悪しかもしれん。
There can be misunderstandings, where two people who love each other can be forced to separate, and there can be misunderstandings that save and reunite. If what separates the former from the latter isn't luck, then I can only call it compatibility.
出会った一番最初から私たち相性がすごく良かったんですね。
I mean, you can say that all you want, but I still ship Hachiroku and Sotetsu the most, okay? I could feel that Paulette's heart and pulse from her hand. Or perhaps both of those are coming from me.
だからいてくれて嬉しいんです。私の隣に相鉄くんが。
I want to say something, but I can't find the right words. So I simply bury myself in Paulette's heat, pulse, and gaze instead.
私の隣に私に恋を教えてくれた相鉄くんがいてくれて。
ポーレット。
Everything within me feels fulfilled and overflows, and it all is represented by a single name. The person who stands in front of me and is holding my hand.
ポーレット。
はい、相鉄くん。
I'm glad I didn't let the hatred overtake me. I'm glad I didn't wish for something else to take its place and become consumed by it.
僕もそばにいてくれて嬉しい。だからそばにいてほしい。
What's lost can never return. The empty space can't ever be filled or forgotten. But even so, a warm person is next to me. That alone is enough to make me feel this fulfilled.
僕も恋を教えてもらった。
I thought I didn't have the right to love, to take someone's hand. But I didn't lose it. Michiko protected everything and left it to me.
君が見えるようにしてくれた。僕はこんなにも君を思って温かになれる。
Our interlocking hands are so hot that it feels like they could melt and mix together. That feeling is suffocating and raw, in a good way. My heart races, but it's also comforting.
ポーレット、僕は君に恋をしている。
I was waiting for it.
はい、相鉄くん。私もです。
She lets go of my hand. Her freed hand reaches up and touches my cheek.
私もあなたに恋を。
She doesn't continue from there. We kiss. Hang on, what? She doesn't continue there if we kiss for the first time. But doesn't that mean she does continue for? Never mind. I'm probably reading it wrong. Maitetsu, they're finally together. This is like the earliest out of the three, I think. I mean, like,
そうなんですか。はい、ありがとうございます。はい、はい、わかりました。それでは失礼します。
I mean, like, Hachidoku had that ceiling thing, right? But like, that didn't really play into the fact of Sotetsu and Hachidoku getting together until like the end of the route, and then Hibiki was kind of like the same, especially since they were they're siblings, so they have that they have that taboo, right? Yeah. But, you know, Hibiki's route was more focused on her becoming the mayor, so there wasn't really that much development when it comes to them eventually getting together until, like, the end, so, yeah. I'm starting to understand the nuance of the word esteemed. Through the telephone, we were having a casual conversation, but I felt like I had to sit up straight. I hear floppy footsteps approaching. Is she still sleepy? She's slower than usual.
おはようございます。ポレット。こんな朝早くからお電話ですか?
Is she wearing like the fucking like that goofy nightcaps? Like Anya in Spy Family. Hang on. I need to find an image. Okay, maybe not an AI one. Hang on. God damn it. Yeah, sure, this one. This is taking too long for a bit. Where is it? Jesus, what a big image. Does Reina have one of these fucking things on? Alright, that's it. The bit was not worth it.
おはようレイナ。ごめんね。電話で起こしちゃった？平気ですよ。お電話、誰からだったのですか？毛利の電車姫様から。はあ、お姫様は早起きさんなのですね。
She's from Hiroshima. It's normal. Fuck. Rena's innocent words make me laugh. She is a true princess. It's as if she doesn't care whether it's morning or night.
そうね。早起きさんね。でも、おかげですっきり起きられた。
Yep. Yeah, I'm awake. We were woken up. We're still a little hazy in the mind from last night. I was finally able to tell Sotetsu my feelings for him, and Sotetsu told me his.
ですね。レイナもすっきりですよ。たくさん眠って、機関部、駆動部、絶好調。お、
Oh no. Does she have some abnormalities again?
そうでした。ですね。電車姫様からのお電話、どんなお話だったんですか？ああ。
I breathe a sigh of relief. That's right. It's related to her repair. I have to tell her right away.
あのね、レイナ。
おう。移送も全部、電車姫様がご手配くださったのか。
はい、ストーブ客車、明日にもお人よに届くそうです。しかも、議案通過がならなくても、返却不要ってことで。
なんとも力強いご応援だな。議案がもしも通らなくても、諦めるなということだ。
ですよね、や
I
っぱ
didn't
り。
hear that. Sotetsu knows right away. He always sees the situation so clearly. That usually feels incredibly reassuring and helpful. However, today I don't like it. Why is he always acting exactly the same way? My head's still a bit hazy. I had become so serious when talking to the train princess, but then when I saw Sotetsu's face, I felt soft and drawn to him.
だが、ご無用な気遣いだ。議案は必ず通過できる。
Rip. His hand is hot as he clutches mine. It's not just warm, it's definitely hot. Sotetsu's temperature should be lower than mine. Sotetsu isn't being his usual self. Is it nervousness? Excitement? His hand is not only hot, but it's shaking a little. Shaking a little.
大丈夫。私に任せてください。
I know he's got a fucking fever or something. When I figure that out, I suddenly become calm. From deep in the pit of my stomach comes courage, rising up.
どれほど反対されたって、必ず議案を通過させる。私たちには、私たちなら、それができます。
Not I, we, because Sotetsu is here so close to me. Sotetsu seems different from usual, but he's still here for me.
おっと、時間になるな。
Our hands unravel, and he hands me documents instead. Even here, he's like this. Even if he feels nervous, he always does his job as secretary perfectly.
これでいいか。他に準備することがあったら言ってくれ。
Listen, you need to keep your professionalism in the workplace, alright? Just because you're dating now doesn't mean that you can be all lovey-dovey in front of other people. All right? Their preparations are great, but there's something amiss. We finally are able to become lovers, but I wait, but nothing comes. Sotetsu stays where he is, still silent. He doesn't understand at all. His face shows that he's troubled or perplexed. We're lovers, and we're about to get to the assembly. It's the battlefield of assemblymen.
忘れ物。
I mean, I knew she wanted it, but like I said, professionalism. You don't want people seeing that you're kissing your secretary, all right? That will spark controversy, is all I'm saying. And then just go for it yourself. Sotetsu taught me that. It made me remember. It's also because he's a dense motherfucker, so like, you know, probably wasn't on his mind. We were allowed to want something.
Ah,
I only intended for a quick peck, but the moment I let go, Sotetsu delivers a kiss to me. A passionate kiss. I have to fix my lipstick later in secret.
もう忘れ物はないか。
He's being bashful. I can tell Sotetsu is really bashful. In fact, that makes me happy for some reason. Courage starts to manifest itself inside of me.
大丈夫です。
I've become a girl that can make Sotetsu feel emotional. You're fucking dating him. I would expect that. What? Sotetsu was like an impregnable fortress. Not even the most impenetrable assembly members is as strong as he is.
行ってきます。
Right. The hearing up until this point has been going well. She's calm, and I don't see any sign of any sort of agitation in her. She may be finding courage somewhere. Yeah, in your kiss. Listen. Just because you didn't read her thoughts doesn't mean. Never mind. From the public gallery, I see her making a face that I don't usually see. Hachiroku, Hibiki, Reina, Fukami, Nagi, Magura, Old Man Minokasa, and even Reverend Akai with his crew bag is here. This is good. The proposal for the application of the Akai Aso Shrine as a cultural property will probably be unanimously agreed upon. Even Hosho Mototada is here. Interestingly enough, though, I don't see Kisaki anywhere. Mototada's presence has probably made the aircraft supporting assemblymen nervous. Even so, Pollitt's hearing today should definitely get the vote of all the neutral assemblymen.
お人よ市民の会、篠原くん。
はい。市長、よろしくお願いします。
Alright, this is your time to shine. You fumbled the first time, you get a second chance.
お願いします。
The last one to do the questioning is Assemblyman Shinohara. He's a senior assemblyman known as the living dictionary of the Yohitoyo Assembly. What?
マイントレジャー計画について、これは助成金を見込まれての事業となられますか。
技術継承炭鉱にかかる助成金の申請を提出しようと現時点では予定しております。
旧術船炭鉱も助成金を頼りに運営されていたことを知っておられますか。
その点、勉強させていただきました。国内炭保護のための助成金を22期連続で。
石炭需要がのうなったと
ソイバを打ち切られたとき、術戦炭鉱の命脈もまた尽きたとです。
承知しております。
The old assemblyman's wrinkles grow deeper. Beneath his pure white brow, he stares straight at Paulette.
助成金に頼っての経済復興は、過去の過ちば繰り返すだけと、市長は思われませんとですか。
ご懸念、ごもっともと存じます。が、助成金がなくとも、マイントレジャーは採算を取れる計画となっております。
Paulette holds out the flipboard.
初年度の来場者数を20万人確保でき、年 10% の増加を3年継続できれば、4年目からは単体黒字に到達します。
What, 200,000? Hang on. Hang on. I need to... What's the math on that? 547 people a day. Listen, I think we've already established how small a Hitoyo is. I don't think 500 people are listen, 200,000, I don't think that's viable, alright? For the last year, the number of tourists that took lodging in Ohitugo was 400,000. What? Okay, I guess there's something special about Ohitugo then that I'm not seeing, and apparently the visual novel isn't either. Because we spent the first half of the visual novel of her route finding something that would market Ohitoyo, right? Hang on, I didn't read the rest of that. There are also guests who use tourism facilities without using lodging. That number. There are also guests who used tourism facilities without using lodging. That number 300,000. Okay. The expected number of 200,000 is not an exaggeration.
廃炭鉱に20万人もの人が訪れるとは思えませんが。
Well, yeah, that's why you make it a fun experience. I know why I was forgetting the word.
単なる廃炭鉱ならそうでしょう。しかし、それを魅力的なものとするためのテーマパーク化です。
Another page to the flipboard. Instead of charts, this part is comprised mostly of photos.
これは滋賀県長浜市の白壁スクエアの写真です。街並みそのものをテーマパーク化した成功例です。
Well-known white-walled town reminds one of the key words history and art. By devising their method, the number of tourists jumped and exceeded 1.8 million people last year.
地元の人間にとってはありふれた光景であっても、観光客には見たことのない景色です。
ありふれたではなか。目にしたくない光景ばい。
This is what it means to have a guttural voice. Assemblyman Shinohara's voice dries out, but is filled with a sort of sadness. He rings out his words as the other assemblymen nod in agreement. This is exactly what Kisaki warned us about. This is one of the scars of Ohitoyo itself.
お人よが術戦炭鉱にどれほど多くを注ぎ込んだか。その誤った判断のあれは醜か残りかすたい。
Yeah, well, that's because you didn't get with the times, old man. The fucking trains stopped working, so I wonder why the coal mine was not making any profits.
いいえ、篠原議員。
But Paulette stands her ground. Sadness and regret are not enough to make her words and voice waver. Not this time. Last time it's because she was overworked. This time it's because she's got some dick.
誤った判断だったと、そう結論づけるには、まだ早すぎます。
That scar has been preserved for decades. Yet Paulette denies head-on that it's no scar.
技術継承炭鉱としての女性を、ほぼ確実に受けられると。これは、水面下でのお墨付きをいただいてます。
じゃけん、助成金に頼るようでは。
考えてみてください、篠原議員。技術継承炭鉱に、どのような炭鉱が選ばれるかを。
Yes, out of the many coal mines in the nation, it's not easy to be chosen as a technology succession coal mine.
術船炭鉱は、廃鉱のギリギリまで、設備投資と技術錬磨を惜しまなかった。
What Assemblyman Shinohara thinks is a wrong decision is how they didn't know when to give up. Looking at it from another perspective, that means they didn't hit the brakes until the very end.
その設備は放棄されず、再稼働を信じて保存された。再開発の手は及ばず、一体すべて欠けるものなく残された。
That's why everyone turned their backs on this scar, this raw scar. But as someone from the outside, we see just how rare and valuable it is.
技術継承炭鉱としての再稼働には、炭鉱労働者だった方々の再雇用が必須となります。その方々とテーマパークの従業員となる若者たちとの交流は、お人よに新たな活気を呼ぶはずです。
The aircraft supporters in opposition and the generation who were part of this powerlessness. One of the causes of Ohitoyo's long stagnation is most likely a result of this rupture between the generations. Yeah, but isn't that like everywhere?
術船炭鉱にはまだ多くの石炭が眠り、それだけにとどまらぬ無数の価値が眠っているのです。
We've dug it up. We'll call forth the power that's sleeping in Ohitoyo, as well as get the help of tourists.
術船炭鉱の再評価は第三者によって行われるべきです。国により、観光客により、若者により。
By putting the spotlight on mine treasure, many people's attention will turn to it.
お人よのかつての判断が決して過ちではなかったと、それが証明されることを私は確信しています。
見てみんふりば。わしらしてきよったということか。
That's right, old man. You're in the wrong. It's the same, just like Paulette and me yesterday. Because the scar ran so deep, we didn't even think a revaluation was possible.
いけんの。疎外なことではいけん。
That is more a sigh of grief than a question.
術船炭鉱の再検証なしにエアクラ工場を誘致して目つむったまま手羽引いてもらおうとしておったのか。
Paulette out here really playing with this guy's emotions. An uneasy murmur rises from the crowd, but even the passionate supporters don't heckle in defiance. Didn't heckle in defiance. Well, that's because she didn't seem weak. Right? If she seemed weak, then people would start heckling. But she came off as confident, right? She came off as a mayor. So, yeah. Because the sigh of grief this old assemblyman made seemed long, deep, and heavy, like it came from his soul.
お人よが元から持っているもの、その再評価をマイントレジャー計画は望むだけです。
The reevaluation from scratch, what you've built up over a long time. Reevaluate from scratch what you've built up over a long time. If everyone really thinks it's a scar and a mistake, Paulette's answer would have the opposite effect.
父の愛したお人よを、その歴史を、私は信じています。議員の皆様におかれましても、それは同様と信じます。
However,
よかご答弁をありがとうございます。
a deep bow, Assemblyman Shinohara holds his head low toward Paulette. Deeply, Paulette answers in kind.
市長、わしの質問はこれで十分とです。
篠原議員の質問を終わります。他に質疑のある方はございませんか？
Assemblyman Shinohara ended his questioning period with some time on the clock. As a customary thing, the chairman asks if anyone has any other questions. Does Hoshimoto Tada have some fucking questions? Oh, never mind. I thought that was how it's gonna go, but everyone respects the old man, right? However, no one raises their hand. Everyone at the scene seems to feel like the questions already asked were enough.
なければ議決に入ります。まず、赤い阿蘇神社の文化財申請に関する議案。
Bro, that was like something that was like a thing that was brought up at the start of Paulette's route and has not been mentioned since until now. Jesus Christ. Before the chairman asks for raised hands, a number of hands go up. The chairman then officially asks for a show of hands to approve the remainder of the assembly, and the remainder of the assembly all raise their hands. Shut up! Shut up! Fucking Christ. 0 to 100, motherfucker.
賛成多数と認め、本案を可決いたします。続いて、旧術戦炭鉱の技術継承炭鉱としての助成申請案。
Following the chairman's statement, majority also raises their hands.
賛成多数と認め、本案を可決いたします。続いて、マイントレジャーによる術戦炭鉱地域再開発案。
A single hand raises. Assemblyman Shinohara raises his hand straight up. Little by little, other old assemblymen follow suit.
賛成の議員の方は挙手を願います。
It's far from unanimous. There are quite a number of assemblymen who are wearing bitter expressions, their arms closed.
賛成多数と認め、本案を可決いたします。
I meant crossed.
はーい。やったー。なぎちゃん。
傍聴席は静粛に願います。
Yeah, doggy, shut the fuck up. Fukami's job is taken by the chairman today. As if she realized her mistake, Nagi covers her mouth with both hands. Hoshimoto Tada, he's already left. When did he leave? I didn't even notice. I don't know, he probably left after the questioning. After listening to the hearing, he thought that it had ended, or maybe he just gave up. No, even if he didn't give up, nothing will change. With the passing of the proposal, the exclusive use of the riverbank is secured. The aircraft factory has nowhere to go now. Now that it's ended like this, cooperating with Mine Treasure and having it succeed is best for Kumamoto Bank too. I mean, true. I mean, like, where else are you gonna get the subsidiary subsidized? Yeah. A small impact accompanied by heat. After leaving the assembly hall, Paulette jumps to hug me.
私やりました。
見ていた。とても見事だった。
And the only difference between last assembly and this one is this time she's dating the main character. Don't worry about all of the other things of how she's overworked, alright? It's purely because it's purely because of Sword Tetsu's yeah. She makes a proud smile. She's a completely different person from when she panicked at every heckle.
強くなったな、ポーレットは。
違いますよ、相鉄くん。二人で強くなったんです。
ああ。
It was by chance, but we're compatible. We complement and support one another nicely. We showed each other our scars, overcame them, and became stronger.
ならば、ご褒美をもらえるか。
I do wonder about something though. I'd been looking around the assembly from backstage. Could they see me from the assembly side?
奇遇ですね。私もご褒美、相鉄くんからもらいたいなって思ってました。
なら。
I don't care whether they see us or not. I have nothing to hide from anyone.
ポーレット。
Except that Paulette's in a position of power, and any scandal that comes out of whatever that comes out of anything that Sword Tetsu and Paulette do in public could ruin her reputation. You know, like in Hibiki's route, where the hecklers came after the fact that she's a woman and may or may not have feelings for someone. Okay, that's not exactly how it went, but it's similar. We lightly embrace, and we give each other our reward. Yeah, but like, is a kiss really that big of a reward? They already did it before the assembly. Like, you know, Maitetsu. There could be some other things that would be more of a reward, right? Like, dick. Never mind.
信号よし、すぐに上り勾配です。逆転機を。逆転機、締め切り率 30%。 では足りません。38% に。ストーブ客車の重量分86には力が必要です。逆転機、締め切り率37、38%。 よし。
It would be rude of me to say that I doubted my eyes, but still, this is unbelievable.
26、27、28、29。なぎさんも上げてください。2分あたりであと10杯ずつ。了解ばい。
After calling out to confirm, Nagi shovels in the coal with smooth movements. By doing only the bare minimum of movement, she scatters the coal into the hearth of 8620, igniting new flames. The steam whistle sounds out in victory. 8620 manages to overcome the slope. Bukami and Kisaki are in the passenger car for the trial run, but I'm sure they didn't even feel anything being off. It's perfect. They're no longer trainees. The two of them have matured greatly in such a short time. Hatadoku's directions, without hesitation, are able to fortify this teamwork of ours. I was wondering what she meant when she asked me to take the role of the coach. I hadn't intended on doing or saying anything until the last minute, but it seems even that's unnecessary. Everything's becoming clearer. I start to know why Hatadoku asked me to be the coach.
新鶴母駅通過よし。
While saying that, Hibiki's fingers start to push forward. The brake pressure is increasing. I personally think it's too early, but whatever. It's fine. Hibiki would have decided that based on having the extra weight of the passenger car. Hachiroku isn't giving out directions anymore. Nagi isn't scooping any more coal. This is a smooth step-step slowdown. Step-step slowdown. 8620 slides into the Unai station.
停止位置確認。ダンベガンブレーキ。よし。お見事ばい。まだ。
Hibiki's words sharpen Nagi's smile.
あ、そうだったばい。今日は。客車を引いているんだから、ここのじゃなく、お客さんたちの評価を聞かないと。
Hibiki and Nagi look at Hachiroku. Hachiroku gives a big nod of approval.
こちらは私が。お二人は、深見様と妃様とのご評価を聞いてきてください。わかった。聞いてくるばい。
They really want to know how they did. Nagi and Hibiki fidget as they descend from the cab. Despite being in her tiny operation body, Hachiroku seems so big and dependable right now.
見事なものだな。
さようですね。お若いとはいえ、この短期間によくもここまで。
無論、二人も見事だが、より見事なのは86だ。
I know what you're talking about, Hachiroku. Nagi and Hibiki are 18 years old. That's why they have routes, okay?
それこそ、この短期間によくも二人をあそこまで磨き上げたものだ。
A blank look gradually turns into a smile. A rather innocent smile, if you ask me.
そのことですか。でしたらそれは私だけの力ではございませんよ。
無論、彼女らの努力は極めて大きかろ
う。それも当然ございます。ですがもう一つ、相鉄様のお力が。
僕？
I'm caught off guard. As I ask her back, the thing is, though, I didn't do anything. Anything with two eyes. It's been a long time since I even got in the driving seat of 8620.
僕の力も何も。
Well, yeah, that's because you've been cheating on Hachiroku with Reina. I mean...
相鉄様は、お名前の通りの力を有しておられます。
You've been cheating on 8620 with Kiha 7.
名前?
After being told that, I look back. Speaking of which, when Hachiroku and I first met, Hibiki's name, like that, is like that of an echo, and Makota's. Makoto as cross ties, and my name. What?
相鉄様はレールなのです。行くべき先をまっすぐにお示しくださいます。
僕はレールか。
マイントレジャー計画をお人よが私たちが目指す未来を相鉄様がまっすぐにお示しくださったから。
Yep. Hachiroku's doll-sized hand touches my right hand. She's not large enough to envelop my hand, but just being sandwiched between them feels warm and comforting.
だから迷わず進めたのです。響も凪も私も。
そうか。
I was just trying to fulfill my objective. In the beginning, it was to protect Ohitoyo and the environment. Then the goal of having Hachiroku run again was added.
その都度必死で目の前のことに向き合っていただけだ。あるいは僕が一番先を見通せてなかったのかもしれん。
相鉄様。
Grip. Hachiroku clenches at my hand tighter. Her eyes fix on me. Her mouth opens, and then a few seconds pass. Soon I hear her clenching voice.
私と86とは、もう走れます。
Ah, I knew it. She asked me to watch because of this. They can run even as a team without me, and she wanted to show that to me. Well, that's because you'd be spending more time in Kieha 7.
僕は責任を果たせたのか。
Hachinoku breathes deeply, and lets out a sound as if she's being crushed. Her eyes waver to and fro on the floor. The fingers on my right hand let go briefly.
それは、さようかと思います。が、8620も私も、マスターなしでは不安です。
そうか。なら。
ですが、今ひとときのことならば、客車試験の間くらいは。
Hachinoku looks up in determination. She looks at me and wears a somewhat awkward smile.
頑張れます。相鉄様がいてくださらなくても、走れます。ですので、
Oops.
どうか。
Hachinoku's hand completely lets go of me. She hangs her tiny face.
レイナを、私の妹分を、よろしくお願いいたします。あの子もどうか、もう一度、不安なく走れるように。
With regards to Reina, there's nothing I can do. But if I am to be the rails, acting as I usually do is probably best.
レイナを支えるポーレットを僕は支えようと思う。きっとそれが一番良い結果につながるはずだ。
I will support Paulette, support Reina. Wouldn't it be supporting Reina? I don't know. Hachinoku's expression softens. Her fearful tension vanishes, and all that remains is a natural, gentle smile.
はい。相鉄様の信じるままになさるのが一番良いと、この86も信じます。
I brush her hair. I brush her hair, as if petting a puppy. She trusts me implicitly, so I respond in kind.
ベストを尽くす。君たちが再び心置きなく走り出せるようにも。
はい。
なんだ？
I hear a banging noise on the side of 8620. I look over to the side window of the cab to see.
今、少しだけいいかな、相鉄。
なんだ君か、宝生妃。
なんだとは随分なご挨拶だね。上がらせてもらって平気かな。
キャブにか？無論構わんが。
あ、相鉄様。私、灰箱のお掃除をしてまいります。
うん。
Before I can stop her, Hachinoku changes into her maintenance body and trots down the cab.
相変わらず気の利く子だね、彼女は。
Kisaki walks in just as Hachinoku makes her remark and leaves. It's then that I understand. She left Hibiki at the passenger car to come to the cab by herself. That can only mean one thing.
何か内密の話があるのか？
うん。動揺を招きかねない。けど、君たちが知っておかねば危ういという話が一つ。
元正し絡みか。
僕の警告を気にしてくれていたようだね。嬉しいよ。
Although she says she's glad, her expression's still tense.
父は、マイントレジャー計画に一定の評価を与えている。が、それでも、エアクラ工場誘致の方が勝ると判断してる。
元正しの立場からすれば、そうだろうな。
For 10 or 20 years, it would most certainly provide more economic stability, that's a natural decision to make.
環境負荷のことと将来的なことと考えないのなら、エアクラ工場誘致は確かに優れた再生計画だから。
As I studied more on how to do the mine treasure plan, that became clearer. I mean, like, you know, Japanese people are very, well, people in general are very risk averse, right? And Japanese people especially. So, you know, it makes sense that he still prefers the aircraft plan because it has proven to be more stable than the mine treasure plan, right? I look at Kisaki for her reaction since I acknowledged that fact and shrug my shoulders a little.
しかし議会はマイントレジャーの方がお人よの未来を託すのによりふさわしい計画だとすでに判断している。
After the voting results, we in the municipality started acting. We proceeded with the founding of the third sector as the business entity, and then obtained exclusive rights to the riverbank.
すでに事態は行政レベルで動いているのだ。これを今から覆すのはいかに元正しでも苦しかろ
う。Yeah, but like he's waiting for you to fail, right?
だね。父もそう判断した。だから覆そうとはしてない。
もう
一度は立たせて、その後潰す。父はそれを短期決戦で行う腹だ。
Right, he's you've won the battle, but I'm gonna win the war type guy.
短期決戦とは。
The moment I ask that, Kisaki's eyes begin to wander.
ここからが聞かれてはまずい話の中心なんだ。
She inches closer to me.
すまないそうです。耳を借りるよ。
大臣視察ですか？
Oh, there it is. I forgot her name, but there's the third rail lord.
経産大臣と文科大臣。
資源エネルギー庁と文化庁とそれぞれ所括する大臣ですよね。
See, Dexter, and this is why you play the other characters' routes, so that you can see, the third rail lord, alright? Well, it's suspicious of her own words, but Reverend Akai nods.
なるほど。つまりは技術継承担当の認定と文化財認定とにそれぞれ権限を持っている方々ですか。
はい、そうなります。その方々がお人よへの視察を予定しておられると。
予定って
Well, it's still suspicious. It could be because the situation is so abnormal that she doesn't understand. Or perhaps the situation is so abnormal that she's subconsciously refusing to understand.
予定は予定だ。来月10日にお二方揃ってお人よへの視察を予定しておられるそうだ。
I mean, look, this is a very clear way to extend the length of her route. Like, if this was the Mototada in Hibiki's route and Hachiroku's route, this wouldn't happen.
予定って
But I guess the solution is different in those two routes. Well, its tone and complexion suddenly shifts.
だってそんな急すぎませんか？来月の10日とかいくらなんでも。
This is more like a situation of in Hibiki's and Hachiroku's routes, it was a telling Mototada that it's a bad idea to build the factory and why it's a bad idea. In this case, it's more like not allowing him to go along with the plan of building the aircraft factory. So it's a bit different.
いくらなんでも急すぎ、準備が間に合わん。それこそが宝生元忠の狙いなわけだ。
She's at a loss for at a losses to what to do. Paulette's expression hardens and she goes silent.
えげつなかとね。
Cursing murmurs echo in the solemn silence.
マイントレジャー計画ば潰そういうこつかね。
ですね。視察でどうしようもないと判断されれば、降りるはずの認可も降りなくなる。
They're trying to find a kink in the armor. The approval of the technology succession of Jutsusen coal mine and cultural property designation of Akayasu Shrine. If the former doesn't get approved, it'll be even more difficult to make ends meet. If the latter doesn't get approved, we'll lose the deciding factor in getting new tourists.
そうなってしまえば、収支計画に暗雲が立ち込め、出資をためらう者が出てきてしまうかもしれません。
確かな話ならば至急の対策が必要となりましょうが、その情報の出所は？
宝生妃、熊本銀行人吉店長です。
宝生さんのお嬢さんですか？
Reverend Akai's surprised expression reminds me of something. Reverend Akai was tired beyond belief when we first met. It could be because he was cringing at Kisaki trying to recruit him for support of the factory.
妃は響の学園での先輩でもあるのです。それで、
I tell him about the circumstances and Reverend Akai nods. But Paulette's expression is still stiff.
どうして妃さんはその話を相鉄くんに？
I don't know, it's probably because she's a route, so the writers want to make her likable.
伝え方が難しいと思ったそうだ。
If this information gets out carelessly, it would cause unnecessary confusion. It may even cause ill effects on the foundation of the third sector. Because she was worried about that, Kisaki first told me only in private.
つまり、僕なら最適の形を選べると思ってくれたそうだ。ポーレット、君へといつどのように伝えるか。
それでですか。
Paulette's still looking confused, starts glancing around to Reverend Akai, the Tororu Hot Springs owner. I love that. Is that really how we're going to fucking address her this entire visual novel? Did the writers not think of a name? Her name is just Tororu Hot Springs owner. I forgot to add the part at the start of it, but Serena sitting obediently in Paulette's lap, and to Nidoku, that's her name, on the chair, not reacting to any of the news.
それで皆さんをお呼びした上でこういう形で伝えてくれた？
Yeah, but like, is Nidoku gonna say anything? Because if she isn't going to say anything, what's the point of her having a fucking portrait on the screen? Up until this point, Paulette's likely just been suppressing her dissatisfaction or doubts. But now there's an obvious pouting tone in her voice.
以前のポーレットにであれば、もう少し慎重に伝えていたかもしれん。
Yeah, but now she's got the chops of an actual mayor. For example, I'd find the time alone with her, and then calm her down while thinking of the best countermeasure. If I didn't do that, I'd worry that Paulette would misjudge the situation.
しかし、今のポーレットとならば大丈夫だと考えた。今の僕らなら支え合い、より良い判断を下せると。
She nods. A slight tint of red comes to her cheeks. Her cloudy expression clears up. Her voice and expression become brighter. Not to Paulette, but with Paulette. That's how I'm choosing my words.
お三方をお呼びしたのは、この案件がお三方に密接に影響するとも考えたからです。
Which is why I can't direct my words only at Paulette. Just like how Reverend Akai told me earlier, the situation calls for immediate attention.
お三方 ですか？
Reverend Nakai quietly looks over Niroku. Niroku's mouth finally moves.
何でもいい。もう一度でも走れるのなら、それだけでいい。
Wow.
ということだが、レイナ、どうだ？
Please don't tell me that's the only thing she says.
レイナは、
With Rana still on her lap, Paulette gently rubs her cheek on Paulette. Jesus. Paulette gently rubs her cheek on Rana's hair. Rana's eyes widen, but then a gentle voice begins echoing in the room.
私の望みならね、レイナ。レイナの本当の望みを飾らず聞かせてもらうこと。はいです。
Rana stands up straight. Then she trots over in front of Niroku and embraces her with both arms. Thank
あの
God.
ですね、26ちゃん、キハレイナナはとっても素敵な機動車なんです。
If I was gonna be like, if they didn't fucking show a CG of Reina and Niroku, I was gonna get pissed. Especially since Niroku has only said one thing. Reina gives a big smile, while Niroku is completely aloof. Reina simply talks to her happily.
だからレイナ、26ちゃんにも走らせてほしいって思ってるんです。レイナと2人、代わりばんこで。
And guess what? Dexter's missing out on all of this because he's too busy talking with lolly chatbots. Also, where the fuck did Reina's hat go?
なら。
Nidoku remains motionless. Still sitting down, she doesn't reciprocate Reina's outstretched hand.
ならば、自分は。
It should be outstretched hands. You got both hands in the CG. But there is some heat in her voice. It's a different color from before.
レイナ、ポーレットにお願いします。それから、赤い宮司さんにもお願いします。
Reina bows deeply.
レイナとキハレイナナを回収させてください。ガソリン機動車の昔の姿に。
Without fearing, without hesitating, Paulette agrees to Reina's wish. But Reina still has her head down, continuing to communicate how strong she desires this.
それで、26ちゃんにも、レイナのバックアップデータ、あげてください。
私に稲屋があろうはずもありません。これでこいつが再び走れるというのなら。
Reverend Akai goes toward Reina. He kneels on the floor without hesitation, and bows even deeper than Reina.
やめてくださいよ。
感謝します、レイナさん。こいつにそこまでを許してくれて。
そんなの当たり前ですよ。
Reina gives a soft smile. Gentle and warm, just like how Reina always is. But this time she seems a bit more mature.
レイナ、26ちゃんのお姉さんなんですから。
Oh, that's right. Just like how Hachiroku cares for Reina, Reina does the same for Niroku. Rail Lords are all connected, just like we humans are. Or perhaps they are tied by something stronger.
というのが私たちの希望なんですけれど、技術的にはどうでしょうか。
ノーリスクとはいかんばい。レイナーの記憶に何らかの障害が出る危険性があるけんね。
レイナはどう？レイナ、それでもへいちゃらです。だって、もしもレイナが今のレイナと違っちゃっても、ポーレットは、それから相鉄さんも。もちろんよ、レイナ。
I nod, too. Reina's eyes look straight forward.
変わらず接する。今のレイナと同じに。
We share a bond. If she suffers damages from her memory, that would be unfortunate, but our bond cannot be severed that easily.
はいです。
A big smile. Reina's words are filled with confidence.
だからレイナ、なんにも怖くありません。
Yeah, but like the real question is how is this problem dealt with in Reina's route, right? Are we going to do the exact same thing as in Paulette's route, or are we gonna have some fucking somnophilia in the CGs or whatever?
なら、そいはそいでよか。で、
何を失っても構わん。だから、再び走らせてくれ。
Is Reina gonna like fucking pass out in the middle of the hate scene or whatever?
こいつの望む通りに、どうか。
話が早かね。
A page of a notebook is torn out, and she writes something down.
なら、恋が見積もりばい。
200,000 yen. Data manipulation. 100,000 yen multiplied by 2. It's a simple estimate, yet Paulette seems terribly surprised.
レイルロードの調整だけだって、とてもこんなお値段じゃ。
払えるようになったらもっと稼がせてもらうけん。今回んとこはそれでよかとよ。
ありがとうございます。
で、いつから取り掛かっと？こっちはいつからでもよかっけん。
ならば、今すぐに。レイナも、それで平気ですよ。
Paulette also nods. That's enough to decide things.
であるのならば、付き添ってやれ。
はい。
Just for a moment, her blue eyes look at me. It seems as if she wants to depend on me or something. But right away, she smiles and closes her eyes, hiding whatever emotion it was.
その間、相鉄くんには、いろいろお願いしちゃいますね。
ああ。
We don't have enough time to prepare. We have to start with anything that we can.
気を張る。
ああ。
It seems that they can communicate with just that. Reverend Akai turns straight to me.
私にも何かできることがあれば言ってください。
大臣視察までにパンフレットを作成したいと思います。響にも協力をしてもらって。
While saying that, I come up with a single idea. That's it. This is the Japan's best that I've been asked to find.
ですので、奇獣馬に関する画像資料をできるだけ他の面でも活用させてもらいたく思いますので。
わかりました。抜き出して整理しておきましょう。他には？
Yeah, but like, okay. What about all right, here's a plan. Rail Lord Brothel at thoughts? Never mind.
今はひとまずそれだけで、むしろ赤い宮司には26の改修完了後ご活躍願いたく思っております。すみません、こんな時間に来ていただいて。
全然。だってお弁当の話なんでしょ？
はい。
お弁当？
Sitting in front of me, Hibiki seems to be caught off guard. She is my family, my sister, if you will. I'll explain things to her later.
うん。観光振興の 重要な一助となろうかと考え、お人よしらしい駅弁の開発をお願いしているのだ。
I start from there and give an explanation to Hibiki. Still, looking back now, I think everything began with the talks of making a station lunchbox. Yeah, at the start of the fucking route.
じゃあ、私は駅弁のパッケージ書けばよかったね。
Or Hituyo will make the best ekiben.
掛け紙。
掛け紙。
Why is wrapping paper here refers to the ones...
駅弁の包装紙のことですね。掛け紙っていう古い呼び方が今でも鉄道関係では主流です。列車旅行の思い出に掛け紙をコレクションしておくっていうのは割とメジャーな趣味。
Okay, that's actually interesting. You know what? I understand why it's highlighted. Hibiki laughs at hearing that specialized term in stereo. What? What a sentence. She then opens up her sketchbook and makes a serious face.
で、その駅弁の掛け紙、どんな絵柄にするんです？
I don't know, you put the fucking Kijuma on, you put fucking Hachiroku on, you put fucking all...
さて、それなのだが、僕は木島を一つのキーにできないだろうかと考えている。
That was one of the three things I mentioned. Mrs. Nagayama scoffs through her nose.
まあ、妥当よね。赤井さん、それで文化財申請でしょ？でも、生地馬、鶏肉と馬肉？
それでも良いのですが、木島はせっかくこんなに可愛らしいものですので。
I received copies from Reverend Kai, so I spread them out for a better look. There are some familiar Kijiyuma, and there are others of many sizes.
例えば、何かの食材を木島に見立てることはできないでしょうか。
鮎の甘露煮。
One suggestion, and Mrs. Nagayama responds immediately. Her eyes are fixed on the photo references.
それいいかも。鮎もお人よの超名物だし。
After the idea comes up, Kibiki's hand starts drawing frantically. Two. That's right. It could be stewed in soy sauce, simply salted and broiled, or smoked too. A more esoteric way to eat sweet fish is sushi. To eat is sweet fish sushi. That's commonly eaten in Ohitigo.
なんで気づかなかったんだろう。見慣れすぎかな。とにかく、鮎の甘露煮よ。あと、人参の煮物ね。
なるほど。人参の煮物が車輪ですか。それはいい。味的にも相性バッチリに思えますし。
もちろん、バッチリにまとめるの。こっちはそれが仕事なんだから。よ
し、兄さん、こんな感じでどうでしょう？
もう書いたのか。
当然ですよ。こっちはこれが仕事ですから。
What do you mean your livelihood? You aren't making money off of these designs. Oh, she imitates Mrs. Nagayama's words while opening her sketchbook for us to see. Where'd the fucking bear come from?
生地馬のそのままとか擬人化とか萌えキャラ化とかも考えてたんですけど、いまいちで。
I mean, I get like the fucking mining hat and pickaxe because you're also marketing the coal mine, but like the bear? I mean, yeah, I guess because of Kumamoto, right? Because Kuma means bear. I don't know. They'll probably explain it. As she'd been drawing and erasing for a while, there are numerous rough sketches that are crossed out. As an amateur, they all look fine to me, but if Hibiki says they're not good, they're not good. I'm sure she's right.
で、今のできました。アイディアをくれって。奇獣馬なんだし、馬にしちゃえばよかったんだって。
馬なら上に誰かが乗るの？
そうです、大先輩。上には熊川ですから当然。
Okay, that is exactly what... Because Kuma River, yeah, that's exactly... I was thinking Kumamoto, right? But she's going more specific.
クマか。
That's what I said.
そう、その名も、じゃじゃーん、キジくんまちゃん。
わお。
Why did that wow sound so fucking condescending?
これは単純に可愛いな。
There's a bear riding the Kijiuma. It has a helmet and pickaxe like a miner with a confident face.
それにどこか懐かしくもある。
Oh, that's right. It's Kuma Kuma. It's Hibiki's friend and teddy bear from when we first met. Yeah, but like, that, wouldn't make any fucking sense if you didn't already play through Hibiki's route to know that she had a stuffed bear when she was younger. Miner with a confidence face. Listen, alright, it's spelled differently. It does appear, the typo. Hang on. What? Right. Listen, alright? It's the same word. It just isn't grammatically correct. It does appear different, but those innocent eyes remind me of it.
甲府姿ということはマイントレジャーにも絡ませるのだな。
前からそれも考えてましたし、さっき兄さん、キーって言いましたから。
うん、僕としては大賛成だ。無論、ポーレットたちの意見も聞かねばなるまいが。
それじゃあ、長山さんはどうですか？
Listen, something's wrong with Nagayama. She hasn't moved for like the last minute and a half.
オッケー、来たこれ。
Without looking up to Hibiki's questioning, Mrs. Nagayama appears to be writing a memo. She's writing down a recipe at an amazing speed.
石炭でしょ？黒ごまを衣に混ぜた石炭唐揚げ。
それ美味しそう。
あとは熊なら蜂蜜ね。甘露煮に蜂蜜使って、デザートにも蜂蜜と柚子のゼリーをつける。
すごい、全部お人よの特産。
箸休めにこれも特産のわさび漬けで、お米も熊本米で、地産地消の名物駅弁出来上がり。
おお。
It's a chain reaction, an extremely good chain reaction at that. Hibiki and Mrs. Nagayama stimulated each other for this result. Huh? What do you mean by that?
これはいけそうな気がするな。
Stimulated each other, huh?
そうなら試作するわね。材料も吟味したいし、1週間もらえるかな。
わかりました。では1週間後で。
We have a tough schedule ahead of us. Waiting a week makes me nervous. But I'd rather have her do this slowly, but surely, and just finalize it in one shot.
オッケー。じゃあ1週間後の今日のお昼に市役所に持っていくわね。
了解しました。よろしくお願いします。
じゃあ、私もそれまでにもうちょっとまとめとく。
すまんが、それもよろしく頼む。
かけるの？
ああ、慌ただしくて申し訳ない。
No, he's probably gonna hang out with his girlfriend.
そういうもんでしょ、こういう時は。
You know, he's leaving Hibiki and Nagayama to going back to stimulating each other or whatever. God damn it. Why did they have to say it like that? While saying that Mrs. Nagayama was already has already gotten up to leave.
確かに、だな。そういうもんだ。
Now that things have direction, we just have to move on to the next step. Without a clear-cut direction, we can't even put together something haphazardly.
そういうもんって何してくるの？
美濃笠さんのところにもご相談だ。職人周りをできる限りまとめていただきたいのでな。
あ、マイントレジャーの宝箱？
ああ。
That's not all. With the repair of Kiha 7, there's work to be done on the train itself. We all definitely need the help of Minokasa and the other craftsmen.
そっか。ニーニも大変だね。本当に。
いや。
It's not tough. Not in the least.
大部分はポーレットに任せておけるからな。僕はその隙間を埋めればいいだけだ。
Which is fine by me. I find that kind of thing fulfilling. I can rest assured and trust that she's taking care of what she said he said she'd take care of. Jesus. Having someone like that makes me happy.
ああ、そっか。そうだよね。わかってたけど、やっぱそういうことだよね。
What?
No!
My back stings. In unexpectedly powerful pain. Hibiki slapped me on the back as hard as she could.
響、何を?
It was for some stimulation, right? You know. Her experience as an engineer's assistant has clearly given her brute strength that she didn't have before. Well, yeah, that's because she is used to shoveling fucking tons of coal. That shock and surprise and the sheer strength makes my words of complaint fragmented.
何言って。後押しですよ、兄さん。かわいい兄さんの妹の。
My back still stings as Hibiki pushes me from behind. She's pushing me even with her forehead, not letting me turn around.
ほら、さっさと言ってください。言って、幸せになってください。
言われずとも言ってくる。
Tap. The door shuts behind me. What's with all the connection? What's with all the commotion behind me? I can hear Hibiki's cheerful voice.
いってらっしゃい。バイバイ、ニーニー。
Wow. Maitetsu. I don't have anything to say with this transition like I did with the other two. 3? I don't remember how many chapters we're up to.
おっと、早すぎたか。
Actually, I can check right now. We are up to 15. Oh, okay, so, you know, normally this would probably be the last chapter, right? Around there. But, I think we're, you know, the thing with Paul's route is that they've included a conflict that shouldn't be here, right? So now we've got to include some extra chapters that aren't about how Reina is going to lose her memories because we need to fix her. It's already past midnight. I'd gotten a call from Paulette, so I hurried here.
いささか気がせきすぎてしまったか。徒歩の方が良かったかもしれんな。
Speaking of, the Raina and Raina losing her memories to become a gasoline rail lord or whatever, is this it? Right? Paulette and the others would probably be using the ground aircraft to get to Tororu Hot Springs. Because I flew here, it seems that I've arrived too early.
合鍵は預かってはいるが。
But I don't feel like it's right of me to enter into someone else's castle. Yeah, but like, you got a spare key just in case you need to, right? And the summer night is comfortable. Feeling the wind, it shouldn't be bad. Chirp, chirp. I stay quiet and hear the chirping of insects around me. I see. The summer is about to end. I hear footsteps cutting through the night. I also hear footsteps in matched strides.
なんだ、歩いて帰ってきたのか。
近くですし、気持ちいい夜でしたから。
Paulette's voice is happy. I didn't feel that it was right to ask over the phone, so I purposefully didn't bring it up.
レイナ、回収はどうだった？
I mean, considering that she hasn't lost her memories, I think it went well.
チャラでした。あっという間にレイナのロールバック終わっちゃいました。
So then, are you telling me that if it's in Raina's route, it'll also go as well?
うん。よく頑張ったな。
Because like it's not like Raina's it's not like this issue is going to be solved in Raina's route, right? It's gonna come up again.
レイナ、眠ってただけですよ。
An expression tinted with confusion and embarrassment. She looks tickled when I pat her on the head.
眠っていても頑張ったのさ。
And now Raina no longer has narcolepsy. That's why she didn't need to let go of her memory. Because Rail Lord memory isn't data. Raina's will and wish should affect the results.
中入りましょう。こんな時間に立ち話もあれですし。
ああ、そうだな。
レイナ、鍵開けますね。
She trots over to the door and then happily turns the key to open it. The lights flip on. That by itself is calming.
レイナ、お茶入れてきますね。
Possibly from the results of the repair, or being released from worry, Raina is much more springy than usual. It's as if she can't wait to move her body around. That sort of feeling seems to be emitted from her.
どうやら何の支障も生じなかったようだな。
Wouldn't it seems to be emitting from her, or seems to emit from her? I don't know. I just don't feel like the past tense of emit is the right word to put there.
まだわからないそうです。不具合の発生確率は一時に処理する情報量に比例するそうですから。
そういうものか。いや、そういうものだろうな、当然に。
The information rolled back included the operation controls of Kiha 7 and the maintenance information. And the memories attached to that data. I doubt memories of the rail shop will be pulled too.
キハ07の回収や回収後運転の時などに。
はい。出ちゃうとしたらそういう時だろうって、トロルユさんもおっしゃってました。
Paulette's voice doesn't have a dark tone to it. Even if problems do occur, she's sure that we can overcome them.
居眠りを解消できたかの確認も含め、できる限り早期に試験運転をしたいものだな。
はい、 相鉄くんの方は。
その辺も含めお話ししてきた。ミノカサさんもすぐに動いてくださるそうだ。
よかった。ありがとうございます。
She gives a sigh of relief and then leans back on a chair.
キハ07の復旧回収はかなり簡単にできそうなんです。
そうなのか。
はい。鉱山鉄道の技師さんたちは、もともとディーゼル乾燥は無理筋だって分かってたみたいです。
Does that mean the management level forced that change?
足回りや OS 周りに過負荷がかかることを承知で、それでもディーゼル化を進める必要があって。
Pollard's calm voice seems to confirm my suspicions.
だからなんだと思いますけど、乾燥は復旧を前提にされていたんです。
すぐに元のガソリン気動車に戻せるようにか。
そうです。でも、復旧可能にするための各種の機構は、ディーゼル気動車として稼働する上では不可ですよね。
その負荷もまた、レイナの、あるいは、キハレイナナの不安定さの一因となった。
もうあるって、トロルユさんは、OS 面でも冗長な独自処理が目立ったそうです。
An ambiguous nod. That seems a little troubled.
けど、そうしておいてもらえたから、私たちは今、すごく助かってるわけですし。
そうだな。そうした全てを含め、僕らは、レイナを託されたんだ。
ですよね。
A relieved expression. Her relaxed body gets up.
ロールバックをできたこと、レイナにとって複数の意味でいいことだって、今は素直に思います。
No matter how much of a burden it may become, we should respect it. We should accept it and take it with us going forward. What we're doing is the same as doing a freight transport, or perhaps it's the making of history for humankind.
レイナが託してもらったものをフルに生かそう。それがレイナにも僕らにも、きっとお人よにも一番いい。
はい。お茶です。どうぞ。
あ、すまんな。
One drink and I feel something. The flavor of today's tea is richer than usual.
よいしょ。
Brenda jumps on Pollard's lap happily, and then takes out her flask.
ああ、それはもうすでにガソリンなのか。
そうですよ。ポーレット、お祝いにハイオクを買ってくれました。
She got the premium shit.
そうか。どっちがうまい？
どっちも美味しいですよ。コクがあると、キレがあるの違いなのです。
Listen, all I'm saying is that I'd much prefer to drink unleaded than fucking diesel.
なるほどな。と、美味しいといえば、弁当の件もかなり進んだ。
あ、駅弁ですね。
うん。献立のアイディアはだいぶ固まった。1週間後には試食品を持ってきてくれるそうだ。
ああ、楽しみです。献立ってどんな感じになりそうですか？
キジュマをキーとするお弁当で行ってみることとなった。主役となるキジュマは、鮎の甘露煮で作るそうだ。
We also had the idea of horse meat, but we shot that down quickly because horse meat is very expensive and we don't want to go over budget.
あ、言われると似てるかも。
I explained to Paulette about the whole chain reaction that happened between Mrs. Nagayama and Hibiki when putting together the menu.
きっと可愛くって美味しいお弁当になりますね。
Yeah, Hibiki and Nagayama really stimulated themselves. Stimulated each other really well.
本当楽しみ。あ、でも私の分もあるのかな。
ああ、試作だし、一つだけかもしれんな。その場合は、分け合って食べる形でどうだろう。
それいいと思います。
Paulette's fingers wander about as if she's holding onto chopsticks. Her mouth opens and closes, then she clears her throat.
楽しみですね、お弁当。っ
だな。
ていうか、ありがとうございます。私、任せきりにしちゃって。
お互い様だ。僕も多くをポーレットに任せているわけだしな。
あ、そうでした。
She clears her throat, as if she just remembered something.
報告遅れちゃいましたけど、26ちゃんの回収も回収終了時では何の問題もなく成功しました。
26は何か言っていたか？
特には、ただ、キハ07が大根だからですかね。思ったよりもややこしいとかは言ってました。
What the fuck is a decon?
エンジンに流す燃料の量を調整するハンドスロットル。大根ハンドルだとか、ギアとかブレーキとか、そういうのを直接手で操作するタイプの運転操作のことを直接制御方式、ダイレクトコントロールって言います。それを短く言うと、大根になりますね。キハ07は大根方式の運転操作系統で、広い意味だと8620もやっぱり大根方式ですね。運転操作のほとんどを一つのハンドルで半自
Okay, I kind of get it.
大根？
Okay. Look at Raina's legs. The flesh she has is at a minimum. I wouldn't liken her to a daikon radish, but more like a burp dog. What the fuck?
違いますよ、相鉄くん。大根はダイレクトコントロール。直接制御方式のことです。
ああ、レイナナの運転装置の話か。
I'm convinced now, but I still have my doubts. Compared to Hachiroku's driving device, I thought that was very simple.
クハ26はマスコン搭載車両だったんで、だから。
マスコン？
Yeah, you can't make a pun with Mascon.
マスターコントローラーです。電気制御で、四輪自動車のオートマチックみたいな運転装置です。
なんと、そんな便利なものがあるのか。
Manipulating the gears, which in Hachiroku's case is to use minute movements on the reversing gear if the steam amount is controlled automatically.
それは楽だな。それと比べれば、8620やキハ07は旧式のマニュアル操作に感じるわけか。
そうです。だからちょっと戸惑ったみたいで。でも赤い宮司は大根操作経験もあるそうですから。
人がレールロードに運転操作を指導するのか。
よほどの不具合が出ちゃえばですよね。でもトロルユさんは問題なさそうって言ってました。
そうか。
She looks in all of Raina's backup data, so if there are no inconsistencies, the state-of-the-art top model Raillord should be also at the should be also to that and then some.
赤い宮司ともも
う。はい、26ちゃんを迎えに来てくださったんで、その時に。
She gives a smile and a giggle.
赤い宮司さん、すごく喜んでらっしゃいました。できることがあれば何でも手伝うって言ってくれて。
なら、というのもあれだが。
はい、大臣視察で市長の私が欠席はできませんから、その時のキハ07の運転お願いして OK もらいました。
そうか。
It doesn't feel right for me to ask prior to the repair, but Paulette went and asked him. calling it telepathy would be an exaggeration, but I do think our teamwork is good.
しかし、それだとレイナに少し気の毒をすることになるな。
Reina becomes surprised due to being put on the spot directly.
せっかく回収したキハレイナなのに、訓練もあるし。レイナはしばらく動かせそうに。
そのことだったら平気ですよ。だって代わり番号ですから。
Reina gives a bright, innocent smile.
忙しいのが終わったら、レイナ、思いっきりに動かすのです。
それはいいな。その時は僕にも同情させてくれ。
嬉しいです。なら約束ですね、ポーレット。
We use both our hands to create a circle for a pinky promise. Satisfied with that, Reina starts climbing onto Reina's lap again.
でだ。過去に炭鉱で働いてた方々とテーマパークのキャストだったかの募集については、
枕さんにお願いしてあります。キャストの方は駅張りポスターと中吊りとで募集します。
ああ、枕ねえなら間違いないな。とはいえ、
Being caught off guard, my entire body twitches. In the next moment, Reina panics even more than me.
レイナ、処理落ちとかじゃないですよ。わかってる。ごめんね。こんなに夜更かしさせちゃうことってないもんね。
Yeah, this is actual tiredness. It's not narcolepsy anymore. I thought she was a bit quiet. Reina must have been trying to ward off drowsiness the whole time.
長話をしてしまったな。今日はここまでにしよう。レイナ、ゆっくり休んでくれ。
I mean, I try to ward off drowsiness by, like, talking, but I guess not talking also works.
はい。おやすみなさい、ポーレット、ソーテツさん。おやすみ、レイナ。
The way she seems to drag her feet makes me start to feel sleepy. By the time Reina has left, an awkward silence overtakes us. I wonder why.
ソーテツくん、よければこのまま泊まっていきませんか？
A part of me hoped for something like this. That's why I decide to respond with words from my heart.
明日がなければ泊まっていきたい。が、今は。
ああ、ですよね。少しでも準備進めなきゃですもんね。
Damn. I was hoping Sotetsu would get some sloppy, but I guess not yet. You're gonna have to wait until after the game. You're gonna have to wait until after the route. God damn it. Well, it may have expected that response from me. Although she sounds a little disappointed, there isn't a hint of her feeling down, which provides some relief.
すいません。つまらないことで引き止めちゃって。
つまらないことなんかじゃないさ。
An embrace and a kiss. I feel as if that's enough to recover from the fatigue.
引き止めてもらえて嬉しかった。おかげで明日も頑張れる。
私もです。ソーテツくん。
We kiss a few more times before gently letting go of our embrace.
美濃笠さんから電話。すごい急ぎみたいだったからコキ持ってきちゃったけど。
ああ、いや、構わん。ありがとう。
was sort of like eating or something. Having just woken up, my mind isn't quite with it yet. But I take the receiver and put it to my ear. Nevertheless, he was not. He was just sleeping.
もしもし、お電話変わりました。相鉄です。
ああ、そうてつくん。朝早くからすまんですの。昨夜も何度か連絡取ろうとしよったですが。
ああ、すみません。昨日は深夜過ぎまで戻れずに。
Yeah, he was too busy getting some sloppy fault. Never mind.
いや、すまんとはこっちです。頼まれとったけん、雲行きが怪しくなってしまいました。
え
The thing I asked Minokasa's help with was with, wow, the restoration of Kiha 7 and Mine Treasure stuff. He was to gather the craftsmen and organize them.
皆さん、ご参加くださると伺っておりましたが。
それが突然、大口の仕事場入ってきよったとですよ。至急で、納期が2ヶ月後のものば、大かとです。
2ヶ月後
That'll completely overlap with the minister's inspection.
それも、納期ギリギリまで詰めて間に合うかどうかいう仕事量と質のものばかりいう話で。
発注元は
それぞれ元からの長い付き合いのある取引先からどうしても言うことで頼まれたらしいいうことで。
複数の別個の取引先からこのタイミングで納期の同じ仕事ですか？
You've been sabotaged. That coincidence is impossible. If this is no coincidence, someone purposefully set this up.
これからそちらへお邪魔させていただきたいのですが。
そうしてもらえると助かります。電話で済む話ではなさそうですけ。
ではすぐ向かいます。
そうてつさん。
ああ、深見も来ていたのか。
右太一酒造元さんに電話したら、そうてつさん、ここに向かったって教えてもらって。
Fukami takes out a small piece of paper from her pouch and carefully unfolds it.
そうてつさん、これ、見ましたか？
ああ、新聞の求人チラシか。ひょっとしてポーレットがもう。
No, I was wrong. The one who put a recruitment ad in wasn't Paulette. Without even trying to hide it, I see the will behind it all.
宝生。元田だ。
Short-term, part-time workers wanted safe and secure jobs with the aircraft tech company. Administration, public relations, terrain surveying, all kinds of job postings are listed, and the numbers wanted a large scale.
時給1600円だと。
そぎゃんとアルバイト見たことなかばい。だよね。お人よで800円を超える時給なんて、深夜帯だって1000円いくかいかないかなのに。
Paulette. And Fukami knows her stuff. She is the de facto president of Kuma River downstreaming after all. River with the capital I. Having distinct numbers gives us a reference point that the wage here is high.
倍のお給料もらえるんならよかとよね。
しかも、くそ、大臣視察までの期間だけの雇い切りか。
I look to old man Munokasa, who nods back at me with a bitter face. The purpose of this is obvious to anyone's eyes.
こちらの人集めを、なりふり構わず妨害に来ているのか。
でも、なりふり 構ってる感じかもです。
の
Fukami's slender fingers point at the business name of the recruitment, Ohitoyo Work Service Limited.
全然聞いたことのない会社ですから。
おそらく、今求人のためだけに作った会社じゃなかろうかと思います。
この求人のためだけに。
うち、球磨川下り、それですごく苦労したから、わかるんですけど。
Although she's not at fault in the slightest, Fukami says that with an apologetic tone.
一度でもその金額で人を雇うと、雇われた方はその金額を期待するですから。
The meaning of her words sends a chill down my spine.
前例になってしまうということか。
それがなんね、どぎゃんして兄さん疎外に困った顔をしようと？
向こうは臨時に作った会社だ。目的を果たして解散すればそれで済む。が、
マイントレジャーはこれからずーっとやっていこうっていうことだから。わかったばい！向こうに対抗して時給2000円とかしたら、それが後々までたたりおるばい！
うん、その通りだ。
なら、こっちも臨時で会社場作ったらどうと？
With what money?
だって、私たち、お一人でこれからも暮らしていくでしょ？
Yes. They can just use people from external sources. Even if Hosho Mototada is pulling the strings, as long as there's no proof, he can say that the aircraft company did it.
僕たちには便利に使える隠れ蓑はない。あったとて、信頼を失ってしまえば、未来もなくなる。
三隠れ蓑に、いいようにお人用の業者も使われてしまいましたかの。
ああ。
It's natural once you think about it. But I feel almost lucky that there aren't numerous people who would do something so dirty.
そうですよね。お聞かせいただいた職人さんたちへの急な仕事も。
今会社が元請けで、それぞれに断りづらい取引先に下請けばさせておるんでしょうな。
孫請けで、各職人さんたちに仕事を振るようにと指示して、ですか。
Just looking at the part-time wage, I get the feeling it was at an amount that they simply couldn't turn down. Actually.
美濃笠さんのところにもですか。
私んとこは年寄り2人に孫1人。そん孫も自分の食いぶちば稼ぎよる。できんいい子ですけんね。
He did receive an order, but he turned it down. Old man Minokasa said it in a way so as not to be a burden on me by stating just the facts.
ありがとうございます。
礼を言われることじゃなかとです。ナギたちのため、お人よの水場守るのは、私の望みでもありますけん。
はい。
But Ohitoyo has been a long recession. How many people like Minokasa are there who would turn down big money for the sake of mine treasure?
深見ちゃん、これ船頭さんたちの話にも影響が出てくるんじゃなかと？多分。っていうか、絶対。
I wonder what she means about that, but then Fukami tells me right away.
はい。マイントレジャーの話、うちの川下り、結構重要な役割を果たすじゃないですか。
Indeed, it would lead to an increase of customers at the very least, and the increase in customers would lead to an increase in revenue.
なぎちゃん、鉄道の方でも忙しくなるし、何人かでも 復帰を募れないかって考えてたんです。
離職した船頭さんの、か。
I think it may be difficult. Coming back to a place they left behind seems like it wouldn't be the easiest thing to do. In fact, this is a rather harsh hand we've been dealt. The mine's dormitory buildings, trolley tracks, power station. There are too many things to maintain, and we need all the help we can get. Naturally, mine treasure will need a cast, and they would have to be trained from scratch.
このままやられっぱなしですりつぶされと？
いや。
That's no good. Staying silent will only make them worry more.
ポーレットはすでに動き始めている。駅張りや中吊りで求人を打つ手配になっている。
じゃあ向こうほどお給料は出せなかとよね。
同じ土俵で勝負をするのは論外だ。金と金とで戦えば、こちらに勝ち目はまるでない。
Nagi's simple question closes off my escape path. Keep moving forward. There's no way to go but forward.
だから、ミノカサさんと同様に、金より未来を選んでくれる。そうした人を集める手段を考えるのだ。
Fukami's face darkens. There are many people she was close to that had difficulty in making a living and left their jobs that they were used to.
ポスターとかビラとかはソギャント風に作っとね。その他にドギャンテバーとかね。
地道ではありますが、口コミばどうでしょうかの。理念やらは面と向かってしか伝わらん気がしますけん。
そうですね。今すぐにできそうなのはその辺ですか。
じゃったら、私はその方面で幾人かでも遺留してみっとです。
ありがとうございます。ご無理なければよろしくお願いいたします。
そうですよね。断られると最初から決まってるわけじゃないし。深見ちゃん、船頭さんだった人たちに声ばかけっと？なら、うちは職人さんたちに頼んでみるばい。
よろしく頼む。
任せとけばーい。
By getting some help, I'm starting to see a sliver of hope. One by one, asking people that way might open up a path.
ともかく動こう。立ち止まるのは動けなくなってからで十分だ。そうか。わかった。
I hang up the phone call from Paulette. I think I managed to remain calm until I hung up.
くっそ。
But because I tried to maintain that, the moment I hang up, hatred wells up and springs out of my heart.
理念は金には立ち向かえんのか。1週間経ってもまだ6人しか応募が来ていないとは。
6 people are nowhere near enough. And on top of that, those 6 are right out of school.
キャスト志望者が集まったところで、その指導をできる者もまだいない。
We're being pushed into a corner. The water's already up to our chin. And yet, we still don't have an effective solution. We are being overwhelmed by the power of money.
エアクラ工場誘致をお人よの滅びにつながると、分かってくれたのではなかったのか。
分かっとっても流されよるんよ。自分一人くらいってついつい思ってしまうけん。
I didn't notice her at all. I started to get worried about when she started listening in.
響はお絵描き。他のみんなは暗やけん。よかとよ。愚痴も弱音もうち以外には聞こえんけん。
愚痴と 弱音か。
When she puts it that way, I figure that there's no use playing tough. This is Makoto we're talking about. She can tell everything about me, and this is why she's a viable option. But you're gonna have to wait until her out.
どうしたらいいかな、枕ね。他はともかく、畑さんまでもが金の力に負けてしまった。
畑さんって、ボイラ屋さんの？
ああ、他の畑さんに用はない。
Why would Makoto ask something so obvious? Being irritated, I roughened up my voice, exposing my impatience and short temper.
すまん。いささか動揺した。まさかここまで追い込まれるとは思ってなかった。
そうちゃん。ほんまこつ、追い込まれとうと？
え？
What a stupid question. But Makoto's eyes, voice, and attitude don't feel teasing in the slightest.
ボイラ屋さんに、そうちゃん、何ば頼みよるつもりやったと？
それはもちろん、86の。
I realized it mid-sentence. The boiler maintenance of 8620 is...
そうちゃん、教わっとらんかったと？
いや、教わった。1から10まで、丁寧に教えていただいた。
Then in this situation, Hata functions only as my backup to lighten my workload and make things safer.
1から10まで仕込んでもらって。
So, is this really what the solution is? You know, I shouldn't be surprised. So the solution is just to have Sotetsu do most of the work that you just want to increase the workload for everyone who can work, right? And get rid of the most amount of people that aren't cooperating because they want money. I don't think I said it in the correct way.
すまない。僕が完全に間違えていた。口コミの誘いを断られ続け、きっと意固地になっていた。
At this point, I don't desire Hata's occupational ability. I naively assumed that Hata wouldn't turn me down and would cooperate.
報酬が十分で、能力ば使い切らねばこなせんことなら、そりゃ職人の一番嬉しか仕事よね。
うん。
That's why Hata chose that job. It's only natural.
申し訳ない。金の誘惑に負けたなど、未熟な僕の逆恨みによる暴言に過ぎなかった。
Resenting someone for picking a better job is the stupidest thing I've done.
今は無理でも、さらに良い仕事を提示して、本当に力が必要ならば、そうして借りれば良いだけだ。
A gentle voice that sounds like both an affirmation and a question. Knowing that this is how Makoto is, I feel the tension leaving my body.
宝生元忠は、そこまでを準備し、仕掛けてきた。それは、今の僕には及びもつかぬ力量だ。
力量言うなら、そうちゃんは銀行さんに決して負けておらんでしょうに。
え？
Makoto never says baseless stuff, however.
しかし、今のこの状況を見ると。
ほんなん、力量の問題じゃなかとよ。単に覚悟の問題ばい。
覚悟？いや、覚悟なら。
Or I think I do. I believe I've done the best I can. Yet I'm unable to instantly say that in response to Makoto. Perhaps that in and of itself is proof of my lack of conviction.
銀行さんは、なりふりも手段も構っとらんばい。けど、そうちゃんは、なりふりは気にしとるよね。
いや、しかし、畑さんにも、他の幾人にも、僕は頭を下げて。
No, they aren't the first one I should be pleading to. If I didn't care about my methods, the first person I should have asked for help is elsewhere.
僕は、まず、枕姉に助力を願うべきだった。
Yes. You know, like in every other route. Paulette had sent a request to Makoto, but they shouldn't have mattered. Being family, being her adoptive brother, I should have taken advantage of our familial ties and asked for her help.
枕姉一人の話ではない。美濃笠さんにも、赤い宮司にも、頼れる相手がいるのなら、心底頼るべきだった。
I was just putting on airs, well, knowing that I was in danger of being backed into a corner. If it's not too much trouble, those words are a subconscious escape from my responsibility as the client.
僕の甘さが苦境を深めてしまっていたのか。
ま、そぎゃんとも一部にはあるろうね。
Makoto plainly and simply judges me for my mistake. She's judging me, but she does it with a smile while outstretching her hand to me.
けど、うちはお姉ちゃんやけんね。そうちゃんのこと、おせっかいでも助けよるんよ。
I mean, like, in your romance route, you're gonna be wife and husband and wives, but that's beside the point.
これは
There's a piece of paper in Makoto's hand. It's actually a few sheets of print paper.
そうちゃんの理念がお金に負けるばかりじゃなかいう証たい。
証？
The moment I see it, gratitude and joy erupt inside me. But at the same time, a sense of fear strikes me. I've been ignoring this huge blind spot the entire time.
同意書と名簿ばあるばい。細かな条件はそうちゃんたちにしか決められんけん詰めとらんけど。
炭鉱、技術者さんたちの。かつて術戦炭鉱で働いていた。
大体の機関人たちやけんおせっかいかと思うたけど、まあ。
おせっかいどころか。
This is a lifeline that can't be let go, and yet we'd completely ignored it. If Makoto didn't move before us, this may have been taken care of by the other side.
本当に助かった。ありがとう、枕ね。
こんなんはね、自分のためよ。右太一酒造元も出資するけんね。
だとしても、やはり、ありがとう。
Yeah, but like, why is the paper so blurry? I bowed deeply only to hear her scoff at me.
感謝の気持ちやったらそうちゃん。言葉より形で示すのが上等よね。
Hang on a minute. Wait until you're out, Makoto, alright? Oh, wait, you're talking about something else.
形で？どんな形で示せば？
それはもちろん、マイントレジャーば成功させることだい。
なら、
I won't make the same mistake twice. I can put on airs once everything's done. Right now, I must acknowledge my ignorance and powerlessness.
教えてくれ、枕ね。僕は、そうするために何をすればいい？
まずは、ないものを欲しがるのをよして、あるものを使い切るようにした方がよかとね。
なあ、うん、そうだな。
Instead of lamenting having only 6 applicants, I should be thankful that even 6 applied. On top of that, I have to take those 6 folks and utilize them to their fullest abilities and motivations. That's right.
ないものを欲しがるから、実際以上に僕は追い詰められた気になったのか。
そう。まず、自分らの現状を正確に把握せんといけんね。そうせんままに相手さんに対応すれば、泥仕合ばい。
そして泥仕合に持ち込まれれば、資本力と組織力に勝る向こうが勝ってしまうのか。
that could possibly be the true aim of Mototada Hosho. I didn't mean to say his first name and last name, but it just turned out that way. It was meant to be last name, first name. He would play some cards and make us want to counteract all over the place.
こちらの方が少数なのだ。最初からそれは変わらない。同じ土俵でぶつかっていては勝てんのだ。
Whether they want to they want to intercept or go on the offensive, that doesn't change. If it turns into a defensive battle, it'll just turn into a battle of attrition, which we won't win. In that case, we have to escape the battle itself.
僕らの勝利条件は最初から何も変わっていない。追い詰められてあがいているのはむしろ向こうだ。
Naturally, the fight they'll put up will be fierce. Underestimating a brown bear's fight to the death as insignificant would easily crush us.
大臣視察を合格点で乗り切ればいい。それだけできれば僕らの勝ちは揺るがなくなる。
ドギャンとしたら合格点で乗り切れと。
Makuta says that as if to test me. If Makuta is the test officer, there's no fear in giving the wrong answer.
なすべきことのミニマムをまず洗い出す。そしてそれに必要な工数を何としても確保する。
The simpler the work, the harder it is to reverse it. The bare minimum man-hours needed. If we can fill that up, no matter how many people they hired, it wouldn't affect us.
やったら頑張ってそぎゃんとせんとね。
うん。
I finally got passing marks from her. She's giving me a gentle push, which feels reassuring. More than anything, I don't have to hesitate anymore.
そうするために、枕ね、僕らに力を貸してほしいんだ。
Maitetsu. Look, all I'm gonna say is, just I have this feeling of like, what's the point of this?
お弁当もうすぐですよね。
What's the point of this conflict, right? Because like, this all stemmed from Paulette winning the vote, and then Mototada got fucking pissy about it because he wants to support the aircraft factory, and so he's trying to sabotage us by hiring all the craftsmen, and then like, what would change by if you got rid of this part of the route? And my answer is nothing. Right? Look, we haven't finished the route yet, so maybe something will be different. But like, we've already reached the conclusion of everything else that happened before this, right? Like, we found our where Japan's best at fucking Ekiben or whatever, or like Kijiuma or whatever, right? The stuff that they talked about at the start of the route that has come back now, right? That's whatever, right? They've solved Reina's problem. They brought in Nidoku, right? Paulette's still mayor. She's dating Sotetsu, right? We've already solved the mine treasure problem. We've just added another thing to this route that doesn't make sense, right? It just feels like padding for whatever reason.
ああ、正午だと聞いている。
She was looking forward to it so much, but Paulette's complexion seems pale. She looks at the clock hands and lets out a long sigh. Once she tries to hide from me.
この状況だ。気がせくのもわかるが。
ああ、いえ、気がせくのももちろんあるんですけど。
She opens her mouth, reluctant to say something, but then closes it again. It feels as if she's backtracked to the old Paulette. But even if that is the case, what I must do, if what I want does not change.
どんなことでも言ってくれ。そのため、僕はここにいるんだから。
そうですか。
A small nod. Her eyes show doubt, amidst various other emotions, but she turns to me to expose everything.
全部無駄になっちゃうんじゃないかって怖いんです。お弁当も回収も今までやってきたこと全部。
人がこのまま集まらなければ、そのことを心配しているのか。
はい、そうしたらもしマイントレジャー計画が立ち上げられずに終わっちゃったら。
大丈夫だ、ポーレット。
I reach out to her and brush her hair, but Paulette's expression is still tense. I made sure I speak slowly and choose my words carefully.
そんなことには決してならない。万一視察が失敗しても、次の一手で再逆転を。
次なんて。
The confident step closes our distance. Paulette's bumping into me numerous times.
だってそうなったら相鉄くんお人よからいなくなっちゃう。
ああ。
The deepest portion of her scar is rooted in in how her mother abandoned her. I know that's the reason, and I understand that, but understanding doesn't necessarily lead to healing right away.
いなくなるか。そういえば、僕にもそんな話があったな。
そんな他人事みたいに。
他人か。なのかもしれん。あの頃の僕と、今の僕とは、もうすでに。
Her face freezes, a surprised look washing over her, so I caress her. It seems like she's lost some weight. She must be stressed at how the recruitment isn't going well.
それってどういう。
But I continue caressing her. The worry in her eyes seems to fade. She trusts me, which I think is ultimately helping her calm down in the next calm down. In that next moment, I know exactly what to say.
あの頃の僕は思い込んでた。人に望まれることをする。それが唯一の贖罪であり、恩返しする方法なのだと。
I finally realized that myself when I say it out loud. I'd locked away those words deep inside my head for such a long time. My mind and heart, the past and present, seemed to finally connect, align.
が、僕が受けた最大の恩は、それでは決して返せない。そのことに気づけたがゆえ、変わったのだ。
To truly be considerate of another, to step in and think of that. I was taught that I was capable of that. And then I realized, Paulette made me realize.
ポーレットのことを好きになり、君といることが幸せで。だから、わかった。
何をですか？
事故の時、僕は双子の妹に突き放されたと。そう思ってた。
A scar in the deepest part of my being, a scar that can still bleed when touched. But now I feel the blood to be something warm.
双子だった。何をするのも一緒だった。ずっと一緒に大人になると、そうとぼんやり思ってた。
On that day, at that time, she pushed me away from dying with her. A part of me hated that she rejected me.
だからこれからずっと一人だと思っていた。 一人で誰かに尽くすものだと思っていた。が、
I embrace her. The warmth I hold in my arms is the person who saved me.
僕は一人じゃなくなった。君が幸せに笑ってくれれば、僕も幸せになれるんだ。
Myself back in the old days took that kind of thing for granted. That's why I lost sight of it and couldn't remember it anymore. When you're happy, I'm happy. That simple, selfish, childish, yet noble feeling. Make sure that the audio doesn't get glitchy.
そうなるために、僕は生かしてもらえたんだ。僕が生きているそのことが、美智子の喜びだったから。
Silence. The arms that embrace me tighten. Our bodies stick close to one another's, and we share our heat, our heartbeats, and our emotions.
ならば僕は、自分の生きたいよう生きる。自分の性を精一杯に使い切る。
I'll just simply and selfishly pursue my own happiness. Michiko did that for me until the very end. We shared our laughter with that. We shared everything with each other, even our happiness.
だから僕はいなくならない。誰の意向がどうあれど、僕はポーレットのそばにいる。
はい。
That's my greatest wish. By continuing to do so someday, I'll always remember Michiko's smile, but I think I can finally send her off with one of my own.
だから、大丈夫だ、ポーレット。
I let go of her, and then lock my eyes on Paulette's. The edges of her eyes are red. I honestly would hate to see her cry right now.
義父が与えてくれた機会を無意にする気も無論ない。万が一など起こしはしないし、誰の期待も裏切らない。
The situation is surely dire, but it's too early to despair just yet. We have done everything we can, but even still, I or someone else could still come up with a better method.
人は必ず集められるし、集まるさ。
Her pale cheeks gradually regained color. She was afraid that I would really leave, and she told me that honestly. We exposed what we've really thought, our most delicate feelings, Paulette and I both. When I realized that, feelings of joy, gratitude, and responsibility come to mind.
そうするためにまず、視察を乗り切るのに最小限必要な人数を洗い直したい。
I stand up straight, and we let go of each other. Our gaze goes from the past back to the present. I tell Paulette exactly the same thing that Makoto taught me.
ああ、そうですね。最小限、ミニマムでって考えれば、それだけ集めることができれば。
Paulette's mindset changes quickly too. From the worried little girl, she goes back to being the reserved but realistic and able mayor.
うん。向こうがどれほど人を集めようと関係なくなる。ゴールを明確に設定できれば、到達だけに集中できる。
やります、すぐに。キャストの人数についてはどうですか？
Okay, I like how I just talked about how this fucking conflict does nothing with the could be removed and nothing would change, and then they have that moment with each other. But like, that is the only thing that this conflict could achieve, right? Because there isn't any other reason to continue on with the route after they've already finished their character arcs together, right? So like, if they just wrote it better and then had them do all of this without having the whole, oh, we need to blah 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 fucking the inspector or whatever shit, right? Like, there is nothing in this arc, I guess you could say, that would make them do this, right? Like, there's nothing here that is exclusive to this kind of problem that would make them do this kind of thing, right? You could write it hundreds of different ways that wouldn't involve padding out the story. Whatever.
本当に最低限なら一人でよかろう。鉱山妖精がいることを示せれば足りるのだから。
I don't even know if I'm articulating myself correctly. But like, without this part, there is no substance to the conflict that is currently going on, right?
ならそこは一人で。あ、でも当日の急病とかあったら。
そうか。日程を考えれば一人が習熟できるのはせいぜい一役でギリギリだから。
接客系は各所に一人ずつはバックアップ必要ですよね。
We write things down as we talk about it and realize that this bare minimum just can't be reduced.
で、発電所の再稼働は諦めてバッテリーで代替するにしても。
うん。トロッコはどうしても復元せねば、お年寄りや子供が楽しめない施設となってしまう。
Doing maintenance on the trolleys should be much simpler than diesel cars or locomotives. But considering the work needed to restore the tracks, it'll be a large-scale project even for the trolleys.
1日8時間を40日フルに働いてもらえたとして、補選だけで61人、トータルで100人は必要になります。
100人か。かなりきついな。
Even if we hire every single applicant, we need another 94. No matter how difficult things are, we can't reduce the number anymore. If we reduce it beyond that, we sacrifice safety or comfort, or both, which would mean that we'd just be repeating the same mistakes as Imperial Railway.
僕の方でもいくつかの手を打ってはいるが、ポーレットも思いつくことがあったら言ってくれ。
The moment I say that, Paulette starts folding her slender fingers as she counts.
一般の求人雑誌や新聞チラシ、あとは市の広報誌とシルバー人材センターとか。
広報誌を使っても大丈夫なのか？
市も参席に関わりますから。けどどうかな。そこは宮本さんに聞いてみてから。なんでしょう。
玄関にお弁当が届いています。100食分。
100食分
100 servings.
ああ。
I did ask for as much as possible, but I'd have to say that marketer went out of her way to do this. She made it on time in such a short period.
僕らではとても食べきれん。市職員の方にもよければ試食をお願いしよう。
そうですね。宮本さん、お弁当を持ってきてない職員さんに。
承りました。すぐそのように伝達いたします。
Is this how we lure them in?
あら、お二人お揃いで。
We got 100 servings and we needed 100 employees. Sounds a bit coincidental if you ask me. Too coincidental, I mean.
こんにちは、長山さん。
Paulette's eyes look at the place behind Mizunagayama. Is that a pallet? The rectangular boxes are filled to the brim with food.
試食用のお弁当、ご注文の100食、なんとか間に合わせたわ。
ご注文って。
僕が頼んだ。枕姉を通じてたが。
枕さんに？
宮本さん、お弁当ってこれですか？
本当に僕らがごちそうになっても？
ええ。マイントレジャーでの観光列車の駅弁のその試食品ということですので、ご遠慮なく。
Happy bacon lovers and mosquito day. What a fucking combo. So get some meat in ya and squash those bloodsuckers slowly waking up. Thanks for the hydrate.
はい、どうぞ。
Why would you want to celebrate fucking mosquitoes? They like kill the most amount of people, especially in third world countries.
美味しそう。市長、ごちそうになります。
はい、どうぞ。たくさん食べて感想、後で聞かせてくださいね。
任せてください。いただきます。
IDK most likely some kind of awareness day, right? Listen, the only mosquito I would celebrate is the one from One Punch Man, alright? Following the young workers who open the lid, many others start to gather around. Not only did city employees come, the janitor ladies, security guard, and the parking lot attendees also show up.
そっか。せっかくの試食なんだし、いろんな人の意見を聞けた方が有意義ですもんね。
Too much blood pass.
それだけではないがな。と話すのもいいが、まずは食べよ
う。Listen, I've had too many nosebleeds to be scared of blood, alright?
あ、そうですよね。
We sit a little distance away. But no one joins us. Neither the workers nor Miyamoto come into our group.
間に合ったね。
Comes into our group.
おう、枕ね。
ここどうぞです。
じゃあ、こっちもご飯にしましょうか。
She must have come straight from her work at the brewery. When Makoto shows up, we form a group.
それでは、いただきます。
あ、はい。いただきます。
A cheer is heard the moment the lunchbox is handed over.
なんと、掛け紙も間に合わせたのか。
響ちゃんの絵ですね。これ、和紙っぽい紙にカラーコピーじゃない。ちゃんとした印刷ですよ。
すごいな。箱もしっかりしているし。
本物の駅弁ですよね。これ、もう商品レベル。
The Kijikuma bear is riding the Kijiuma. And it's wearing a smile and a cook's hat. Chef's hat. Inside the lunchbox is the stewed sweet fish, made to look like the Kijiuma. And the fried chicken made to look like it's finished with coal.
うん。中身がパッとわかるのがいい。絵もうまそうで期待が高まる。おお。
The inside looks so much better than the picture. No, the fragrance it emits is very appetizing. It emits Jesus. No, the fragrance it emits a very appetizing smell. Well, it's already dug in. I better keep up. Let's start with the sweet fish.
確かに。これは実にうまいな。
The slight sweetness of the stewed sweet fish goes well with the innate faint bitterness of the fish. With the innate faint bitterness the fish has. Soy sauce stew is also soaked up with the rice, making it tasty as well. With my palate, when my palate is tired of the sweetness, the cold fried chicken awaits. It's well balanced. I can't stop eating.
はい、そうてつくん。お茶です。
ああ、すまん。おっと。ありがとうございます、市長。
In front of the other city employees, I'm the mayor's secretary. I quickly try to gloss over it, but no one's listening. Everyone's eating in silence. They're all just eating non-stop. Even tea in a paper carton can taste this good. He should also be sold at the train stores. Once my palate is cleansed, I want to eat the stewed fish again.
うまかとね。あゆにの生地うま。見た目も味も上等ったい。
この味。これだけ出してもらえれば、明日から営業できちゃうわ。
She's enjoying the coal-fried chicken with black sesame, but she doesn't quite understand the situation. Paulette has a confused look on her face, so Mrs. Nagayama smiles at her.
急によ。今朝、枕ちゃん、商店会のご婦人連中引き連れて。
そうちゃんに頼まれたけんね。お弁当たくさん作れるように応援に行ってほしかって。
駅弁だからな。数個だけでは仕方ない。量産できるか、それも試験してほしかったのだ。
そう言われればそうだけど、見た目によらず、結構無茶言う子ね、この子。
Oops. Mrs. Nagayama smiles at her in a way that seems to indicate she'll run into some issues in the future.
望むとこです。そういうの。
わーお。
ありゃあ、ぽーちゃん。しっかり言うようになったとね。
それで。
Perhaps because she feels bashful at the comment, Paulette tries to quickly change the subject.
けど、100食分ってお台所とか。
斜め向かい、山内さん。大敗戦で休業したけど、もともと駅弁屋さんだもの。奥さん、レシピ面も設備面も喜んで協力してくれて。
奥さん、ご退院されてたんですね。知らなかった。
ちょうど1週間くらい前。そうちゃんもぽーちゃんもえらいバタバタしとったけんね。
なるほど。本職のご協力もあったわけか。
Look at the lunchboxes again. I look at the lunchboxes again and again. With Hibiki's illustration printed on Japanese paper, this is sellable merchandise, even in its current form.
掛け紙も箱もしない発注よ。もちろん。
長山さんがあちこち声かけしてくれとったけん。今日の話にもみんな喜んで力ば貸してくれたとよ。
そうだったんですか。ありがとうございます。
いえいえ、持ちつ持たれつですし。
She says that playfully as Nagayama pokes at Makota's side.
そうそう。町内会の婦人部の皆さんね。人手不足なら協力するって。
なら駅弁の方は。
そっちもやけど、マイントレジャーの方も。
マイントレジャーも？
そうよ。美濃笠さんの奥さんなんか仲間外れはつまらんけんね、おっしゃって。
美濃笠さんが。
I remember her always manning the store with her calm demeanor. I thought she and Minokasa made a nice elderly couple, but she said she didn't want to be left out.
確かに。言われてみれば、ご婦人に力を借りるという発想はなかった。
Yeah, what are you, sexist? I can't believe Sotetsu would only rely on the men. What about the women in his... While walking around so many able women, I'm ashamed of my narrow vision. That's what I'm saying. He's literally surrounded by fucking women. There's only like 3 guys that he talks to.
助かります。ねえ、そうてつくん。 保線は力仕事だけじゃないですし。
That's true. But I feel like there's something off about asking those people for help with the track maintenance. It's crazy that the solution is just, what about asking the wives of the craftsmen? What? Was that not was that not an option before? They have the aura of the good old days of Japan about them.
いや、キャストだ。キャストをお願いしよう。
キャストですか？
テーマパークやキャストという言葉にとらわれすぎた。冷静になれば、お人用の炭鉱に西洋風の衣装は似合わん。
ああ、それは、そうかもですね。
むしろ日の本だ。純和風。古き良き炭鉱の姿を思い出させるテーマパークだ。
The past of Ohituyo is not wrong. We have our present thanks to the past. I think I've figured out what conveying the message of the technology succession coal mine should look like.
今はひとまず最小限だが、将来的にはご老人もご婦人も若者も子供も赤ちゃんも犬猫さえもキャストにしたい。
いいですね。それいい。借り物じゃないお人よのかつての姿のテーマパーク。
This can fill in the rift between the generations and sexes, and also expand new jobs. Soon, everyone may start to think of it as our mine treasure.
ポーレットが賛成ならそうしよう。食後すぐにでも婦人会の皆さんにご挨拶したい。
よかよ。したら夕方にまた集まってもらうようにするけん。
ありがとうございます。これで少しは人材確保の方も希望が。
It's a young female employee. She has one of the lunchboxes in her hand, probably returning it.
すみません。聞こえてきちゃって。人手不足とか人材確保とか。
そうなんです。
I was planning to ask for opinions after eating. That's what the 100 servings were for. But the workers themselves are coming to me instead.
エアクラ関係で大型の求人あったのを知ってる？あの煽りでマイントレジャーに人が集まらなくて。
I didn't explain to Paulette beforehand, but she's calmly talking about it in a way even I hadn't anticipated.
それで保線とかキャストとかしてくれる人を探してるんです。
それって僕でもできますか？
もちろん。
高崎くん、副業禁止。
Miyamoto quickly throws a wrench into the gears. That's right. Public servants, as a general rule, are not allowed to have side jobs. But the head and being the head and in a special position, Paulette is given permission by the prefecture and national personnel authority. As mayor, Paulette's able to give permission to a city employee, which is a big conflict of interest.
わかってます。けど、ボランティアなら問題ありませんよね。
え？ああ、そうね。
ボランティアだと本当に無償になりますよ。
構いませんよ。うまい飯食わせてもらいましたし、それに市長に恩返しもしたいですしね。
He slaps his stomach jokingly. He may look like he's joking, but his gaze is serious.
恩返し？
諦めなかったじゃないですか。お人よの水を守るために。自分たちが様子見してた頃にも、たった一人でも。
様子見しちゃうんです、私たち。 どんな市長の下でも働かなくちゃいけませんから。
I see. When the mayor changes, the policy and methods also change. If they show full support for a particular administration, that may come back to bite them in the ass in the future.
それはわかりますし、当然のことだと思います。
でも、それが当然じゃダメなんですよね。そのことを私、市長に教えてもらいました。
私にですか？
それが市のためだと思ったら、自分から動かなきゃ。自分らの本当の雇い主は市民の皆さんなんすから。
Miyamoto gives a surprised look. Without us realizing it, everyone around us suddenly listens in on our conversation.
市長はお人よのためにたった一人でも頑張った。自分それを見て感動したから真似したいんです。
ずるいな。私がそれ言おうと思ったのに。
わしのような年寄りにでも役に立てるようなことがあれば。
力仕事ならお任せください。力仕事しかできませんがね。
Everyone joins in saying me too, and that continues to spread. Gee, I never would have guessed that giving that we needed 100 employees. Oh look, we just so happened to have 100 servings of bento that everyone can have. Oh, now they're all gonna help us. Gee, who would have guessed this is how it would have turned out. Amidst it all, Paulette begins shaking. Her blue eyes waver as she holds back tears of joy.
私、だって。
ポーレット、何を取り繕う必要もないさ。
These people here have been watching you. They saw you shoulder the weight of your father and fight desperately without being crushed underneath it. Her tears overflow and she sniffles. They must have seen this a lot too. Her days as mayor are being acknowledged by everyone. Stuart gives Paulette strength. While crying, she still stands tall and proudly, a nasally tone to her voice.
皆さん、どうかお人よのためにそのお力を貸してください。
A loud cheer erupts from the crowd, and everyone clapped. A bellowing heat is born, and then a cool breeze cuts through it.
シフト管理の人材は足りていますか？もしいないなら、私もボランティアとして。ありがと
うございます。How reassuring. The moment I think that I understand the word, reassuring isn't enough to express how I feel. Yes, the hall is filled with specialists in their own fields. Public works section, construction section, accounting section, urban planning section, disaster prevention section. The specialist knowledge from each section is exactly what we want. Yeah, but now the word section has lost all its meaning. Oh, it's amazing. Even thanks to you, the entire past is allying with us. I first felt impressed, then happy, and now endeared.
Yosh.
Then let's play this hand. This is the future I'll walk with Paulette. I have my own past, and now it's my ally. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you saving me and letting me live. Thank you for saving me and letting me live. I truly believe that deep down there's nothing more to be afraid of. The future I want is an extension of what we built in the past.
Kijishi bunka というものはどうなのですかね、実際。
There's this fucking bowl cut hair motherfucker. Alright, anyway, I think that's a good place to end it off for today. We have gone through a lot this episode, this VOD, I guess, of Maitetsu, but I have to end it off here for today, and finish off tomorrow, I guess. But thank you for watching, thank you for lurking, thank you for chatting. If you enjoyed the follow, be appreciated, and you want to support me even further, you could always subscribe. I would continue, but especially because I feel like the end is close, right? But I have stuff to do, aka go to gym, when you're supposed to start something on Patreon soon. No. No. Listen. I'll get to... I've been procrastinating, alright? With the Patreon stuff. But I'll get to it eventually. Maybe. I keep saying eventually, like... Magical Marriage Lunatics? Not that. I was talking about the hate scenes. You haven't even... Actually, hang on. I need to check. What was it again? Cast. Yeah, that's what it was. I don't think I have Magical Marriage Lunatics is all I'm saying. But either way, thanks for watching, thank you for lurking, thank you for chatting. If you enjoyed it, follow me, appreciate it. You want to support me even further, you could always subscribe. But yeah. Tomorrow, I'll be finishing Paulette's route because we're close. I just didn't get to finish it today. But either way, it was President Girl VN. I mean, yeah, you gifted me that, but you've been talking about Magical Marriage Lunatics the whole time. But either way, like I said, tomorrow we'll be finishing Paulette's route. But until then, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night. And I will see you guys again next time. Bye-bye.